confirmed. We are now live.
Oh wait, I don't have an actor thingy for my character.
You should.
Oh wait, oh I see, it got dropped into the old ties session, not players. Got it. Okay,
yes.
there we go. Okay, now I've got it. You do not have the pop out plugin. Okay.
No, I do not. Anyways, hello there, everybody. We're live now.
Oh, hi.
Hello.
Hi, everybody. My name is Papa Brave, and say hello to all my lovely, lovely, wonderful friends here. We're playing more Tales of Aberon. And yeah, we're continuing with the chaos of these guys. So who would like to explain what happened last time?
What? Us? Chaotic? We would never.
So Altera, I'll start with you. What is Harmonix remembering of what happened last time?
Harmonix is remembering a whole bunch of people being ridiculous. So, last time... Oh, there we go. Last time we were all together. The group of us decided, there's a whole lot of people vying for this land, and we don't particularly care for any of them. So, instead of picking a faction to try and help or fighting amongst yourselves, we decided, you know what? Scorched Earth. Scorched Earth sounds good. And so we had the intention of sabotaging 3 of the factions and then making them all think that the 4th faction was the one who did it, so that they would all fight each other and hopefully take each other out. To that end, we visited each of the factions to get some information to make it seem like, oh, we can do some stuff for you, we can help you out. And they were like, yeah, okay, cool. Amidst goofy ass hijinks like not talking to the leader of the nomads and getting lost for a few hours inside the fortress of the steel dudes.
To be fair, it was a big fortress.
Yeah, it was.
The
You
conjured
still got
rat
lost
took
for, like,
10
multiple hours
minutes.
because you decided, no, I'll do it myself.
Look, I have the nose of a rat. I cannot smell corruption.
The conversation with the nerds went, nice and easy. I'm just gonna put that out there.
You're bored!
You did good.
My conversation went well once I managed to find it.
I'm not saying anything. I'm just saying things. And we found ourselves trying to get into the 4th location to get some info and some items and stuff just to like show our quote unquote loyalty, only to find the base in chaos and stumbling upon a blood ritual sacrifice thing. So now Ellison's got a dagger that he insists he can put down anytime he wants.
Yeah, I just don't want to right now, and I have no reason to. So
yeah, you might have a reason to, considering we just got caught by some of the guards that are like, "What are you doing?"
No, we got spotted by one person that walked in and then they just end up walking into my knife 3 times.
Yeah, that's
He didn't walk into your knife. He spontaneously erupted in blood from an unknown assailant.
Oh, you're right.
But yeah, so that's where we are right now, in the middle of an enemy base, covered in blood, surrounded by guards who are all on high alert because a dude just got murdered, and we've got the murder weapon.
I don't think there's high alert. I don't think they know we're here yet.
They don't know we specifically are here yet, but they're all on high alert, trying to find this killer, which they will probably assume is us, considering we have the knife.
Mm-hmm.
And a lot of blood.
I don't know about you two, but I'm not there.
Yes, Harmonix and Ryuel are currently invisible.
This is true. Ellison is screwed.
I am Look, if I was responsible, then everyone would have seen me coming from a mile away, slithering through this base. I don't think anyone noticed me thus far, and I don't have invisibility capabilities, so it couldn't have been me, obviously.
Said a person holding a knife.
Yeah, seriously.
What if I put the knife down? Like that's gonna help my case? No, I'll just keep
Probably.
going on to it.
It might, yeah. You could say, "Oh, I was attacked as well. That's why I'm covered in blood."
Yeah, I am covered in blood because I
Yep.
was attacked, and this knife I'm holding is what I will be using to defend myself
That is
from
the murder
continuous
weapon.
attacks.
I
So-
protect myself with the murder weapon. That's a real good alibi.
So you guys do hear from outside. You hear somebody say, where did Jericho go?" I don't know. I think he said he was gonna check out the scene again. Like, why the fuck would he do that?
Yeah, I agree. Jericho, stay away.
Like,
I think Jericho's very bad.
yes, as you see a man with like a name tag that does say Jericho in Dwarvish on it. The one on the ground, very much so dead. So, what do you want to do? It sounds like there's footsteps coming towards the room.
Is there any window?
What'd you say?
Is there any windows?
I'm going to assume you guys likely came in. Well, no. This is a dwarven-built stronghold. That was probably crafted quickly. You guys did come through the door when somebody was coming in, and you guys like snuck in. So I'm going to say, roll me a perception check. Or investigation. Investigation will
Last
work
time
too.
it went so well.
Oh boy. All right. Let's see, my guy.
Okay. Statistic.
Where is my sheet?
Do you want each of us to roll, or do you want?
Ryuel asked the question, so I want her to roll.
Okay.
You can help by
Investigation.
spending a intent critical to help her if you would like.
Or perception.
Here we go. There's harmonics.
Where is perception?
Do I have intent criticals?
Perception is in
have
your rally. No. Perception is within your rally area. It is a predetermined skill. Investigation would probably be better for this, though.
Yeah, probably. Alright.
Why do I have 3 power criticals but only 2 intent criticals? That doesn't seem right.
Oh, because you're a Warforge.
Wow.
Okay. Oddly enough, you don't see any windows. Like, you're looking around and you're like, what the... Why the fuck does an office not have windows?
Asking the real questions here.
Yeah.
Story of my life.
Okay, each one of you are going to get one action before people start getting in this room. Ryuel, that was yours, since nothing came of it. Altair, Ellie, Eli. What would you like to do?
There's... Is there any place that looks like I could hide this body?
You can roll an investigation check. Okay. I mean, there's a big, like... Luckily, he's a dwarf. He's a small individual, a little bit stocky. So it's gonna be hard to find a spot, but you do see that there is kind of like this, this wardrobe-like filing cabinet type of thing. Like it might have like weapons or something in it. Like it's a very simple cabinet. You kind of just like, okay, you know what? Fine. You pick up the body, you drag it over to this cabinet, you open it up, and it is just filled to the brim with armor. So you're gonna have to start taking this armor out first to try to put this guy in. Is that something you want to do?
If it looks like there's enough that I could scramble it out without taking, I guess a full minute or so, sure, why
Okay.
not?
I am gonna call that. Let me see. Oh, I have a skills thing right here. I would allow you to use either the move or acrobatic skills to try to incredibly quickly reorganize this thing.
So I have an advantage in acrobatics.
Okay.
I'll give that a shot. Even though the number is slightly lower, I have an advantage. So that's a whole extra roll, right?
It's an extra d20, correct.
Let's roll that. Oh, hold on. I didn't think I did my d20. Add that to it.
Well, let's see. I'm seeing if that would have. What is your? I'm seeing if that would have made it crit for you. Probably not. I don't think.
My rank is 20.
Yeah. Your rank is 20. What is your dexterity rank?
Dex rank is 20. So
Okay.
2.
So yeah, no way. All right, but nonetheless, that's a 107. I would say you do make a decent amount of noise, but you do it very quickly. Where luckily it is dwarven armor and such along those lines. It's fucking heavy, at least far heavier than it probably you would think it should be. But it is small, it is compact, and it's easy to hide behind the desk. So at the very least, from a first just look in the room, you're pretty sure nobody will notice anything wrong. And there's enough hustle bustle outside, you're pretty certain they didn't hear the clattering of the metal either. So you do successfully throw this guy in the closet.
You can just shove people in the closet like that.
Yeah.
Don't mind the mess on the floor. We'll pretend it's not there yet.
Luckily, the room is bloody enough. What a small bit of a blood pool really isn't going to make that big of a difference. Altair, you have one action. What are you gonna do?
Put my head in my hands and cry. Boy, there is a tempting possibility of just like walking my invisible ass out of here right now.
The door is slightly ajar.
There's a non-zero chance that that's the correct move. Oh boy. So what are the things I can even do right now? Let's see. What's my magic? What do I have in my spells?
Blood magic? Oil magic?
I do have blood magic. It's not really gonna be. I don't have clean up blood. I have the opposite of that.
Oh, you don't have collect and move. Dang.
I have create blood. I have spill blood.
Yeah, we don't need more.
I have move blood out of person. I don't have move blood back into person though.
Well, you know where the person is.
Yes, I could make more blood. That's not true. What do we think, guys? We think more blood? More blood might solve it? Yeah?
Wait, to be fair, if the big snake guy managed to hide well enough, we could make them distracted to investigate the wardrobe and take the opportunity to run off.
That is true. I'm really scared about us like making bloody footprints on the way out of here. Let me see. It's like I have to like look through what all this spells do.
It's either we escape, or we make this room have quite a lot more corpses. We already multiplied the number of corpses in this room by 2. It might become by 10 if we don't manage to get out of this.
Yeah, the problem is whether or not ours will be included in the mix. Try to see what move. Cleanse food and water. That won't do it. Oh, the problem with like learning new spells, you gotta actually like
Oh yeah.
look and see what the heck they do.
New system, new spells, new everything.
Alter the shape, composition, or location of an elemental source, no greater than your bonus in said element in any feat in any dimension. What constitutes an elemental source?
So, although we are playing the core rulebook version, there is actually the blood element in another system. So, blood would classify, and I would allow it to be classified under water at the moment.
I was gonna make a play for water, especially since I am I have blood magic.
Mhm.
Naturally.
Yeah, and that's kind of what I'm thinking. You have enough knowledge of blood. You know that it's mostly water. I would say it will probably not be as effective, but you could essentially treat it as water for the spell you are attempting to cast.
Man, it'd
Yeah,
be
I'm
super
proficient
awesome
in
if I had some
hematology.
ranks in in the water
Bleeding,
element,
making other
with
people
which to
bleed.
do things.
Yeah,
This is not
like I
helpful.
said, we're clearly the good guys.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's the one. That's the same one. Ooh, you know what I'm gonna do? Let's make a fairy light here.
Okay.
And let's send it like I'm gonna we're in this room right now, right?
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna like I'm gonna make the fairy light. And then can I do my bonus action thing to like send it off?
Yeah, 100%.
Okay. So I'm gonna make the fairy light in the room and then shoot it like off like was this far away? 15 feet. So also like I'll go to the door. I'll make it appear like it's popping out of the room and then have it go like the opposite direction of our escape route,
Okay.
which is just like away from the entrance that we came in from.
So you're just gonna be, ooh, look, pretty light. Hopefully they'll be like,
It
oh,
emits
oh
20
shit.
feet of bright light, so I'm hoping that they think, "Oh wait, some shit's going on over there,"
Mm-hmm. Okay, okay.
causing the distraction.
Okay. This is what I'm going to say. Um, I will allow this, but as I said, you do only have like the action to do this and everything. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to rule this as an enhanced action.
Oh, I forgot. Sorry, I'm forgetting the way that actions work in this system.
Yeah. You get
It's like,
you.
no, you don't just get to do everything. It's no, you've got like multiple actions, and each one is a thing.
Mm-hmm. So, but I am going to rule this as an enhanced action, and by mechanics, the reason why this matters is because that will drop your invisibility.
No.
No? Okay.
Nope. That's not the way. That's not the path.
Okay. Because let me read Fairy Light real quick. Summon a ball of spectral light that seems to dance around its caster. This fairy may be moved up to 15 feet as a bonus action and emit 20 feet of bright light. Okay. So yeah, because the way how it is stated, summon a ball of spectral light that seems to dance around its caster. So it's summoned around you.
Yeah. If I can't bonus action to move it, then that's not happening.
Yeah. But I'm saying I will allow you to, because an enhanced action is just a bonus tacked onto a normal action. So I'm saying I will allow you to, but per the spell invisibility, if you perform an enhanced action, it drops.
Yeah, I don't want to do that.
Yeah. So I'm just making sure that the what's going on is understood here.
No, I appreciate it.
Yeah.
There's not a single thing that could happen here that will make me want to drop my invisibility for a light spell.
Well, I'm technically invisible, right? Because I did enhance action stop the guy.
Hello,
Oh my
investigators.
Mhm. You
What
are
an
not
investigator.
using the invisibility spell. You are using Foxkin's invisibility.
You know what?
Ah,
Actually, I'm gonna slap a magic eye onto the ground here,
Okay.
or I guess onto the wall, right? Somewhere where I can see into the room later.
Okay.
Blood in your eyes.
Yeah, right.
All right. You
Right,
slap a
I'll-
magic
I'll-
eye on the wall.
Yeah, I'll try and slap it somewhere inconspicuous.
now,
Mhm.
now, if anyone stares at it and crosses their eyes, they'll see a picture pop out.
I like that.
But either way, you do hear from the back of the door somebody knocks on the door. Oh, Jericho, you all right in there? Jericho?
He's not here right now.
you choice.
Please tell me your wisdom is like shit. No, your wisdom's gotta be your best stat. You're a blood mage. Either way,
All right, I'm stopping him.
you know what? You know what? No. Listen,
I'm kidding.
listen. I'm going to allow you to try here. Because at the end of the day, this is a big fortress. There's a lot of soldiers here. They might just not. They might be like, "Oh, I don't recognize your voice," but that's fine. Okay. So
Please tell
roll
me you say that in Dwarvish.
Do you have Dwarvish, Ellie?
I'm looking.
How do I give my inspiration?
Nope, I do not.
Okay. It's fine. They're currently speaking common.
It's common.
Yeah.
Not everybody who works in this fortress has to be a dwarf, I'm sure.
No. There's plenty of non-dwarves. But either way, for you, Altair, I believe you just have to. You're level 3, so you might actually have a 10-foot range on inspiration. But otherwise, it's kind of just bardic inspiration. You just say, take it, essentially.
Let's see what the roll is there.
Yeah.
Nope, that's the wrong document.
But either way, I will allow you a deception check. Or persuasion, whichever you feel is better. I just need a deception or a persuasion check.
You know what? Deception.
Okay.
Let's do it.
Okay. What exactly did you say? He's just not here at the moment, or
He's not here right now.
okay? They kind of knock on the door. It's just like, you know who that was? Ah, it must be that new recruit. Yeah, that tracks. Well, if you see him, just let us know we're looking for him. Don't stay in there too long. We don't really know what that curse is gonna do to anybody. So you might want to get out of there too soon.
Yes,
Bye.
sir.
Yep, and they just leave because they don't want anything to do with that place if they don't have to. Because it should be reminded to all of you that this place is covered in blood and demonic runes.
Yeah.
It's not entirely my doing, I swear. It was like this when we got here.
There's a little bit of blood, but whatever.
Oh boy.
Okay, the problem is gone for now. You do hear that it is starting to quiet out there. Not because the energy has changed, but just because it seems like there's a lot of people leaving the fortress. So there's less people for it to be as rowdy as it was.
With the armor that were discarded, like you said, there's any that could fit our Naga friend here.
I'm pretty big, snicky snick.
You're
Maybe
pretty
a pauldron
tall.
or something.
Like there's pauldrons. There's general like chainmail that might just look a little bit like a crop top. But in general, like it's dwarves are big, stocky fellas and such along those lines. But there's like pieces that are just like there's like separate plate type pieces, not like a full cuirass or anything. So yeah, you could probably make a relatively not odd looking armor setup. I mean, you guys got in here once without him being invisible. You could try to do that again.
The thing is that now he's holding a knife. And I want to make him look as inconspicuous as possible.
But on the other hand, if you try to stealth out of here, him wearing heavier armor will affect the ability to stealth.
Oh, true. Okay, so we should just try to stealth out of here.
Is there a helmet? That would
There's
fit my
totally a
head.
helmet. Dwarves do have big heads, so there is definitely a helmet that will fit.
Would a helmet impact my ability to stealth? If it's a heavy helmet, I guess. I don't know.
Technically speaking, if you are wearing any piece of armor that is heavy, you are considered that level of encumbered. But it is we
can't resist running on ringing it like a bell.
But like the thing is that like if you just because the helmet isn't just like the outside bit, it's also like a chainmail hat, it's some leathers and such. If you just put on the helmet itself to try to look a little bit less inconspicuous, of course you're not going to get any of the benefits, but I would also say you're not going to get any of the drawbacks.
I'll do it. I'll wear the hat.
Yeah.
Helmet. If I can, yeah.
Yeah, easy enough. You just put on the basic helmet and everything. Like at a glance, nobody's gonna notice that you're not wearing all the proper equipment. So makes you a little bit less inconspicuous, despite having the bottom half of a snake.
They'll be noticing that instead of my head.
I mean, you can say you're a new recruit from like another region. I don't know.
Yeah. I'm from the Western Branch.
I'm from the branch down under. Anyways,
Alright. So we get out the way we came in.
so who wants to lead this stealth check?
I will.
I can't imagine who would want to lead that.
So you guys can spend power criticals if you would like to give her advantages. Otherwise, Ryuel, just roll.
Yeah, I'll spend a power critical. I'm not using them for much. I'm here to play, not to punch.
Hi.
Enjoy your
Stealth.
criticals.
One critical?
I have a critical, yes.
So that is the advantage, right?
Yep.
Yep. It's an extra d20.
My fucking god. Nice. Once again, like a fucking ghost. Oh, it doesn't matter. You didn't need that advantage. You still got a you still got a 99 on the dice.
This party was in this building at some point? I don't remember that.
I don't know what you're
All we
talking
know
about.
is that the knife disappeared. And a corpse was found.
Who's got the knife?
What corpse?
Who's got the knife?
I have no idea.
Who got the knife right
Either way,
there?
you guys pretty easily get out of there. Ryuel, you know how to not be seen. It is kind of your thing. So yeah, you guys easily find your way out of there. And try to figure out your next freaking move. So I mean, you were kind of just trying to fuck with everybody here, but now there's this whole murder thing, and cult shit, and you really don't know what to do next.
So I was all on board with a bunch of humans fighting each other. I'm not so sure about the demon thing, though.
I mean,
Might be a bit above our pay grade. We're not
that's
getting paid.
probably gonna take care of a lot more trouble than we think it's gonna.
The problem is that we might be part of the trouble it may take care of.
Especially considering you haven't put down the darn knife.
Look, I don't want anyone else getting their hands on this thing.
I don't want you having your hands on this thing.
At least you know me. You know I'm not
No,
gonna
I
use it
don't.
against you.
We met today.
Well,
He has
well,
a point.
This has been a very brief business relationship.
take my word for it.
No! Put the knife down. Prove to me. Listen, I'll let you pick it back up, but you have to prove you can put it down.
If you're
Oh, always delightful to see a party bound together by love and trust.
We're the
think you're-
opposite of loving or trusting.
I think you're overvaluing the amount of trust that can be gained from doing something as simple as picking up and dropping a piece of metal.
I will alert the guards that you're out here.
Fine, deal with them yourself.
I'm invisible. Have fun with that.
So am I.
Oh, where'd you come from?
It's you.
That's right, you're here.
How did you expect that dwarf to just fall down? You think he just died from the curse?
No, I didn't realize you were still around.
Oh, fair.
Ellie, what are you doing here? What are you doing here?
I am holding the knife out in view. I'm not trying to hide it.
Okay. This
I'd like-
crooked, strange dagger that looks like any blacksmith would go insane trying to make it.
Yeah, I wonder why.
Does it have any runes or anything on it that
Oh yes, it has a multitude of like these carved runes throughout it, that seem to, and anywhere you see blood on the blade, which is like the first tip, because you know like it's jagged, it looks like only like the first part of it actually went in, because trying to get any more in would be hard. But anywhere you see blood splatter and everything, the runes seem to glow in eerie purple.
I have proficiency in the runic language, or understanding of runic language.
Okay. This would technically fall under that. And you would what I will give you is, because these are slightly different than the runic language, you would be able to pick up very easily, and not that this wasn't obvious, but you would be able to pick up very easily that these are obviously demonic runes. These runes, you have seen them before, at least similar ones that are commonly used for, blood sacrifices, blood rituals. None of this is surprising to you, just looking at the scene you just came from. But you're able to look at it and recognize, oh yeah, this dagger definitely did all that shit. Definitely caused all that. You recognize it as this cursed item. And you
cradling the knife. Oh, so you have a strong work history.
Yeah. Your resume is exquisite.
Yep.
I swear, if you just say, "Oh yes, this knife was used for a blood sacrifice," I'm going to slap you in the back of the head.
But you are very familiar with the runes of this knife, and I am going to ask you to just roll me a simple wisdom save. As just a general recall.
To do a wisdom save versus a wisdom check, would I just still click wisdom?
You would just click wisdom. Yeah. Okay.
Oh.
Yeah, no, nothing else is ringing a bell. It's obviously cursed, but I mean, it's such a nice dagger. Why would you ever put it down?
It is nice.
The craftsmanship is freaking immaculate. I mean, who would ever want to get rid of this?
I'm going to scrutinize and squint and really look closely at this knife and the runes that are glowing.
Yes, tell me, what is it that you see? What dark magics are you seeing right now?
I'm seeing that there was something in this knife that's no longer in this knife, and it's just like there's a residual effect or something in here that I don't fully understand it. But this knife itself isn't cursed. It's like the curse was already passed on to something, but it's still magical in nature. Look, it's not something that
because I don't trust you as
trust that at all.
It is not nearly as scary as it needs to be.
It needs to be for what? For you to put it down?
Oh, that is not what I meant to do.
No. No.
I just wanted to do the D20.
D20.
Are you?
Okay, there. Oh no.
I can't see because our characters are in the way. We just had a deception roll of 1887 to make us not realize what's going on with this knife.
And the roll ended up being 44.
Oh my lord.
So it's insight, right?
You don't buy it for a
You
second.
guys don't believe me.
You lost! Okay, harmonics, you got it.
Dang.
Rioel, you fully believe him. You still think he's full of shit, but you fully believe him.
Oh lordy. No, we're not playing this game. Put the knife down. You're lying. I know you're lying. It's got a hold on your mind. Zalko, please. I beseech you. Can I dispel this thing? Is that a thing I can do?
Do you have the dispel spell?
I do have the dispel spell.
Okay, let me double check the wording of it real quick. This would be what this would be functioning for. I just want to double check how you use it. Why did I not put that spell in? Christ alive.
Yeah, I'm looking through the book right now trying to find the description. Spell. Here we go. Remove an enchantment or aura placed on a specific item or creature. Use on a creature, force the creature to perform an intent save against your save score. If they fail, the effect is removed. If the effect is applied via class art, you must spend casting counters equal to the ability's tier. If used on an item with a magical effect currently placed on it that does not have it naturally, spend casting counters to either the tier or the item's rarity score.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, the general idea, so you will just roll. So just roll me. Since this is a spell, the effects on it are naturally occurring on it. That doesn't mean you can't dispel them momentarily. It just means, next time it gets picked up, it will be able to recast itself, essentially.
That's fine. I just need this guy to put it down.
Yeah, you're just trying to break it off of him.
Yes.
So remove an enchantment or placed on a specific item or creature. This would classify as an enchantment on a creature.
Okay.
So perform an intent save. So this is how this is gonna work. Ellie, you get to choose between doing a spirit or wisdom save against Altair's spell save score. Which Altair, yours would be equal to your evasion plus your wisdom bonus.
My evasion plus my wisdom bonus?
Yeah.
So 57?
I believe so.
Okay.
Y'all are still low level. So, Ellie, roll
Why is it based off evasion?
Huh?
Why is it based off of evasion?
It's honestly, I could probably come up with a better word than evasion. Evasion, a lot of things are based around your evasion. There's probably a better word for it.
Okay.
It's a matter of making the system. Terms are hard. So
like evasion is what proficiency would normally be.
Yeah, kind of.
Okay.
So Ellie, you will choose between, since it is an intent save, you get to choose between performing a spirit or a wisdom save.
Let's do a wisdom save. That's my fat number.
God damn it.
Jeez, you roll good on this.
Yeah, you roll good to screw us
Well,
over.
I have a 70 in wisdom. This is the one thing I am very dedicated in.
So you do succeed against the dispel.
By one.
Right.
By
well, how easily can you take an arm off a person?
Hello there, Mai the Hellbat. Or Mal? Is it Mal or Mai? I think it's Mal. Hi, Mal. I'm just talking to the chat.
Oh. Hi, Mal.
Hello.
Hello. Welcome
Agility?
to the chaos.
Agility might be.
Oh, because it was originally just gonna be the thing that you add to your stats when you get attacked, but then I realized that it could be used for a lot of things to determine by level baselines and everything. So
Maybe
I see. Aptitude might be a good one. I know. We'll workshop it later. For right now, it is evasion. Either way, so what I will tell you is, Harmonix, you would know that he succeeded against your dispel.
Well, yeah, 'cause I'm still holding the thing.
Yeah, no kidding. Can I just keep doing it? Can I brute force this?
Technically speaking, you regain your casting counters at the start of each turn. which is every 5 seconds type of thing. So you can just keep going if you want, but at this point, it's the matter of Ellie. This guy keeps casting this spell on you, trying to take your knife away.
Am
can't see
I
me.
aware that he's trying to do it to me, or is it like,
You
I
are
roll a
aware.
save and I'm oblivious to it?
Let's
Okay.
let's be clear. Casting magic is not subtle. Let me double check the spell again on what its components is, because I'm pretty sure it's a somatic and verbal component. So he's speaking these arcane words and pointing at you like every 5 seconds. It's obvious he's trying to do fucking something.
Alright,
My
I
verbal
have an
components,
idea.
put that down. Put that down.
This magic to just drop it. Drop it.
Yeah,
No.
like talking to a dog. He got something in his mouth he's not supposed to have.
Because, like, it only has a range of 30 feet. So, Ellie, would you just sit there and let him do this?
I totally would, but first, I would poke him with it.
How?
You're
Okay,
going to
before
poke
you
him with
do
the
that-
dagger.
I say, yeah, you want this dagger so badly.
Okay,
Can he?
before
He can't see
before
me
you
though.
do this, I'm going to use something on you. You have no idea where I am right now, correct?
On me? Or on Harmonix?
Yes.
Well, actually,
I'm not on Harmonix.
Altair, it
Yeah,
should
both
be
invisible.
stated, Ellie does have thermal vision and is able to see through invisibility if he focuses. So yes, he could see you.
I'm going to use Mindbreaker.
Okay. Please read out Mindbreaker for the class.
Yeah, I want to hear what this does.
Become trained in unique mental magic skill telepathy. This creature may make a telepathy check against the opponent wisdom in order to either charm or paralyze the target. When charmed this way, the creature is also considered under a tier of madness until the charm status is removed. I'm going to paralyze you.
He's already mad. Was that?
All right. Roll telepathy against that would be Salko's defending wisdom.
That might turn out very badly.
So that's
Telepathy is
120.
not that
Your
great.
target number is 120. You have to beat
Oh,
that.
my. Would telepathy be a intent?
It would be, yes, it would be under intent. You could give yourself some advantages here.
Alright, I'm going to give myself one.
Thank you.
Okay. So,
Alright.
reading the
So-
effect specifically, to either charm or paralyze the target. When charmed this way, they are under a tier of madness as well, so they cannot distinguish between friend and foe.
So paralyzed, because I feel like pulling the knife out of paralyzed might be easier than charming somebody that is already charmed by a knife.
Harmed, I'm sure.
So you see me just appear in front of you, and then my eyes flash, and your muscle just tense up.
Flick him on the forehead.
Wonderful. So, Zalko, you are just fucking, you seize up. When you see this being just appear into reality for a second. Somebody you've seen before, like you know who this individual is. You think they're real. Maybe they're not. Maybe they are. That's a good question. But either way, they just appear in front of you. And just like drop the knife. I am going to ask you, Ryuel, to real quick roll me. This would technically be a contested grab versus. This would be a contested break versus grab check. But since Ellie is currently paralyzed, it is just going to be a break check on your end.
Oh boy. I am weak muscled.
Yep. Because the thing is, yes, he's paralyzed, but that means his grip is rock solid on this thing. Okay. 79, I would say that is enough. Yeah, his TN for might is only 70.
I'm
So
pretty wimpy too.
yeah. So pretty easily you are able to quickly, carefully just kind of slap the knife out of his hand. Yeah. Ellie, the specific enchantment I should say is you are able to drop and put away the knife. You just want to keep it on your person.
Oh, last time we talked about it, I remember you saying like I was very much not interested in letting go of this.
Yes, like you would never hand it to somebody. So this is still timey-wimey weirdness. It's been like a month. Either way, the dagger is currently on the ground. Ellie, you are still interested in holding on to it. You are still interested in keeping it. You are just currently paralyzed at the moment.
Alright, I'm going to pull out a piece of tissue and, not tissue, but paper. Oh, not paper. God! I want to say a piece of fabric and wrap it around the knife and pick it up.
You know, that magical material that protects you from curses, tissue paper.
True.
That's how the tradition of
Yeah.
wrapping gifts in tissue paper began.
It's
It's a gesture
good enough for us.
of safety and concern that at least whatever gift you're giving, no curses will be transmitted in the opening.
Oh,
It's
God.
good enough for Santa. It's good enough for us.
So,
All right. While he's paralyzed, I'm gonna keep pressing this dispel.
okay, sure. You know what? I'm going to say. Let me.
Does magic protect-
Paralyze works for a certain number of rounds. Well, no, paralyze will work for the number of times that it is activated. So you will get one more shot at this. And I will say I will allow you to use an intent critical to give Ellie a disadvantage.
Yes, please.
Okay, so Ellie, spirit or wisdom, your choice at disadvantage.
You should choose
Wisdom.
Spirit. You should probably choose Spirit.
I am angry now. I no longer have this knife and I can't move.
So when it asks you for additional advantages, just put in -1.
Okay, now I didn't catch it before, but I do have, due to my lineage, an advantage on wisdom saves.
So that just cancels out.
God damn it. Still
Oh!
not enough.
All right. Ellie, you are no longer under the effect of this curse. You are also no longer paralyzed. But you do finally realize, oh wait, maybe that knife wasn't a good thing.
Do I have clear memory of what happened
Yeah.
for recent hours, minutes?
Yes, you remember the voices in your mind. You remember all those things. It's not like it's not like you were a different person this past while. You just really wanted this knife.
Okay.
So.
Oh, jeez, what the heck happened to me? I don't remember
Yes,
anything.
you picked up a knife when we told you not to pick up a knife, and then wouldn't put it down when we told you to put it down.
You didn't tell me to put what? Are you?
Harmonix's robot eyes just squint in a way that only a metallic creature can squint, with like clinking gears and creaking metal. Like his face actually remolds itself to allow it to squint at you. He's here.
Either way, Ryuel, I'm going to need you to roll me a spirit save real quick.
Alright.
Because, despite your belief, no, fabric does not help you with a curse knife.
No! Who could have predicted this?
Okay. So you don't stab anybody. But you are now kind of in the same position as Ellie was. Of like, this is
Wait,
a
you
really
actually
nice
picked
knife.
up the knife? I thought you like knocked it down and then put a tissue on it.
The tissue doesn't help.
I know, but I didn't realize you picked it up. I would have
Well-
stopped Ryuel from doing that.
Yeah, you okay. How do you stop Ryuel from picking up the knife?
She doesn't have it yet, right?
It will work wibbly wobbly timey wimey. You are saying if you would have noticed this. Like I'm saying
Well,
you're casting the spell on the spell on Ellie right now. You like
And you see me bent down to pick up the knife.
yeah.
Wait, why are you picking up the knife?
I'm not going to let it on the ground here.
Do not touch. You just saw what it's doing. We had to paralyze him to keep him down from this knife. Do not touch the knife.
What's so bad about the knife?
Leave it.
You have a
There.
fair point.
Okay, so
What?
you're just gonna keep
I cannot be affected by madness.
So what? Who says it's madness?
Fair point.
Ellis Sims seemed very sane despite. Or sorry, Salco seemed very sane despite the fact that he wouldn't put the knife down.
But what are
Do
you
not
not
touch. Do not touch the bad juju knife.
Do
I will not
We
touch
have a
the
job
the
to
bad
do.
juju knife.
We
But what
have
I'm
a
going to do
job.
with it?
do not the knife.
We
Do
can't
not
just
the
leave it in front of the forge.
Don't pick it up. We can use a pole. We can move it around with a broom. Do not touch it.
There's fabric around it.
Do not touch the knife.
All right, all right.
What fabric do you know stops magic?
What? No, it's not a fabric. Okay, I'm not going to touch it.
Okay. Crisis avoided.
It's fucking do dad shit over here.
Okay.
Yes, give the bounty hunter a cursed knife. What's the worst that can happen?
In your madness, you stop being able to go invisible.
No, I cannot. I literally cannot be affected by
Curse. It
madness.
doesn't have to necessarily be madness. It could just control you.
Yeah. Okay.
Mhm. Either way,
Leave the knife. We do not touch you the knife. Do we
Oh.
understand, children?
all right.
Okay.
So I'm gonna bring this down a little bit here. So y'all went into this place. You saw this bullshit. From what I remember last time, Ryuel tried to figure out like what the source of this knife was by speaking a bunch of ancient fucking languages that were all similar but not the same as the languages Ellie was hearing Salco was hearing in his head. So what that tells you is you are dealing with some ancient shit. Luckily for you guys, you know of a very ancient tribe that's nearby.
Ancient shit. Like copperlids?
Don't worry about it.
So that's an idea of, hey, this is weird ass bullshit that we know nothing about. You know that there's a bunch of nerds over there, and you also know that there's the ancient tribe that has been here since before written language. Maybe somebody would be helpful in figuring out what the hell is going on. What do you do?
I'm going to take a branch and just Poke the knife into the nearest bushes.
I will just allow you to do that. You guys finagle some way of getting the knife out of sight without touching it directly. We don't need to roleplay that for 20 minutes.
So we spent how long just getting it out of a dude's hands?
So nicely in my hand.
I'm going to shoot you. I'm going to pull out my revolver and blow your head off.
So,
I
what do you
inspired
guys do?
myself to take action.
I guess we can go to the tribe because they're not too involved with this bullshit. And we know the nerd will just probably pick up the knife because they think they will not be affected by the madness or curse.
No.
They're so full of themselves. Let's face it.
This is how you die. We should probably. I mean, I don't. Not that I don't want to know what's going on over there, but we have some sabotaging to do.
Can the sabotage wait until the very ancient, dangerous blood sacrifice can be put on hold?
You keep thinking it's a big deal. I don't think it's gonna be a big deal.
Yeah, let's just ignore it.
We got another
There's no
party
problem.
member to get in here, guys.
Yeah.
Yes, let's go. Let us go.
Trying so hard.
It told me to
Let's-
drop the darn
look,
knife.
You know, we might as well try to figure out what that thing is, and then when we will know, we will know if we can ignore it or not.
They probably won't be able to retaliate in full force and take each other out if they're scrambling over blood sacrifice, so. Yeah, probably for the best.
A common enemy. We can't have that. We need to go fighting one another.
Exactly.
We can't enjoy the fight with popcorn if we might be backstabbed by something we don't know about.
How am I supposed to enjoy my frozen treat if the Frogurt is also cursed?
Anyway, I think the ancient tribe might be a better bet than the full of themselves know-it-all.
You don't want to deal with the nerds again?
No.
Honesty. A powerful thing.
And maybe this time we will be able to talk to their boss.
Yeah, that's true. We still haven't talked to their actual leader. Well, figurehead.
We're working on that.
It's
To
just
my
talk to-
surprise, the biggest one was not the leader. Who could have predicted that?
So I'm not answering that question.
Let's just go before something bad happens.
Well, they do know their more mystical stuff. It's them first, but then the nerds are probably the best second choice
Sure.
because they're nerds.
The other theory, not the practice.
You guys head over to the autocracy of Paulele, and as you go through the town, you do notice a higher presence of the guard from the Kingdom of Ironfall, over in that area. You kind of just ignore them. You leave them alone. You don't want to deal with that bullshit right now, but you do definitely notice that there's quite a few of them that are going around asking questions, maybe roughing up a couple of people, being like, "What do you know?" Type of situation. you quickly make it through town and find yourselves over to the tribe in the northern sections of Saria. Where kind of immediately you see one of them, the giant tribe, Towin, that you met before, does notice you all and welcomes you back. Ah, there you guys are. So, you come with anything special?
Oh, we didn't bring him any meat. Fuck.
You didn't bring a cool dagger either.
Damn, we
Um,
left we left that guy in the closet. It could have been. Alright.
It's like,
we come. We have information.
oh, that's not my department.
What is your department?
I think it's
He picks up the axe from his back. This is my department. I'm also a pretty good chef.
see.
you look like you would be.
Thank you.
Well, there might be a lot of meat on the table soon. I'll tell you that much.
Oh. Hey, Martin! Oh, this description sounds aren't working again because of course they aren't.
No.
No. Goddamn.
This is the worst timeline.
They never fucking work. Whatever. Oh, it works. You hear it on your end. I'm just not hearing it on my end. Then great. Hey, long time no see. Either way, we are going to continue. Glad to see you, Jay Martin. Either way, we continue on with our all of our everything. He kind of points you towards. If you have information that can be useful, I would suggest going to talk to Speaker Kai. She's over there. Where you do see this older Toan woman, hunched over and small, but for a Toan that still means about like 5'10". But you are able to see a woman that is obviously incredibly wise and ancient herself in some ways. So being able to tell who it is not hard. You would know this name as the individual who acts as the speaker for the autocracy, as they do not have a leader per se, but they do have somebody that acts as like a record keeper and the one that goes to all the stupid meetings.
Yeah, the core diplomat.
Yeah.
Ambassador.
Essentially.
Cool.
Alright.
That's who we want.
Alright. You head over and speak with her. She notices you all approaching. She is a earthen-bodied Chowan with rock-like skin and markings of fire. She turns her blazing eyes towards you, and she seems to look at you knowingly and expectingly. You all are quite the interesting bunch. What grave
stand
portent
less
do you have for me?
a blood sacrifice within the what's the name of the guys that we were just at? They're back.
Ironfall Kingdom.
Ironfall. There we go. A blood sacrifice within the stronghold of the Ironfall Kingdom.
You see her smell the air and get closer to you and sniff. I do smell old magic. Come.
I don't have an olfactory, so that's an interesting trick.
It might also be me.
I smell wet dog.
No,
she
nothing
leads you
bad.
guys to a small tent.
You had Taco Bell bean burritos for
She leads you guys over to a small tent that has like this little fire ring set up in the middle of it. The smoke billowing out. The fire is shifting in different color as it snaps bones placed within it and other kind of like alchemical salts and such. Like it moves from bit to bit and changes the fire as it goes.
It's a cute party trick.
He takes a large section of like this like salt like stuff. She goes over, smells each one of you, um goes to Ellie even more particularly. You have been touched by the magic. She grabs your hand, puts the salt in your palm, and closes your hand, and gestures towards the fire.
I throw the salt into the fire.
All right. As you do, it erupts in these black and purple flames. You almost hear screams coming from the crackling of the fire as a mask appears for just a moment within it and dissipates. Her Speaker Kai's eyes go wide. I feared this day would come. You all have found yourselves into quite a predicament. And it is now your duty to solve it. As she moves over to a wooden shelf of scrolls and such along those lines. She pulls out a tattered one that's obviously been burnt and barely saved before.
I'm
And
going to lean at Falco and say and whisper, "That's why you do not pick up glowy dagger on a crime scene."
Yeah,
So-
Ruel. you
right, so-
either.
Don't worry
Says
about
the
it.
person who tried to pick up the net. Yeah. Okay. I have a brief interruption, so apologies if my character's about to appear on the scene. It'll be just a couple minutes.
I'll bullshit it until you're ready. Once you're back, you'll show up. Don't worry.
Like right before you're about to take the stage.
Yeah, pretty much. But it's fine. It's fine. We'll get you when you're back.
He's in the bathroom. Sorry, it's a dramatic entrance.
Dramatic entrance.
That's my ranch. Let's go.
So, you all have crossed paths with the might of Haromet.
Government?
Well, that doesn't sound ideal.
No, it is not. Haromet is an ancient demon of these lands. Sealed below the now, she waves at the town in disdain, city. It was our tribe's sacred duty to maintain the seals that kept Haromet at bay. As you might imagine, that has grown quite difficult in more recent years. All the buildings and laws and regulations and control of the land. It seems now some of his followers are attempting to break this seal.
By any chance, would one of the seal be standing where the fortress of the Ironfall would be?
There's 5
Does it
seals in
perhaps
total.
require a blood sacrifice
Yeah, that's my idea.
with a special dagger?
Maybe the blood sacrifice was more of a seal destruction ritual.
The seals were crafted via the selfless nature 5 great warriors of my tribe a long time ago. A reasonable way to unseal them would be selfish murders within the same locations. Unfortunately, much of the information of these seals have been lost to time, as we have been displaced from our homeland several times over. The exact location of them I cannot say.
Then how have you been
Huh.
protecting them?
With great difficulty.
Oh my god.
Well,
I fully agree that this is a horrible situation that I wish we were not in. But our own foolishness in the past, accepting the genocracy and them accepting trade into this region, has sadly brought us into the situation we are in now. When we tried to warn those that moved in here of the dangers that lurk below, they all thought us crazy. The savage tribe natives of the region. Fools, the lot of them.
Mhm.
I do not know where the seals are, but I do know the entrance to the sealing ground. The location where the demon himself has been put to rest.
Would that help us find the other seal locations, or is that just we can keep whoever's doing this from getting in there to finish it off?
That would be the hope. I do not know. My people have not been down there for quite some time. They have sealed off the entrance in fear of the monsters that tend to hide in them. Hi, Kali. You are returned. I do not know what would be awaiting you there, but you all have uncovered this. It is your destiny to end it.
That seems horribly irresponsible.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm gonna sign up for this.
We rarely sign up for destiny.
You literally did. You're the ones that created the seals, so I don't know. Maybe a little more instruction on what we're supposed to be doing would be helpful. A little guidance.
I cannot grant you instruction, but I can grant you a guide. Renth!
Ah, all right. At last, participation. All right, hi. But,
I like to believe this is how you enter.
You're like, finally, I'm so tired of
That
sitting
was-
around in my hut all day.
that wasn't really meant to be in character, but that's really funny. No.
God, the
Right,
trailer's so boring.
before we get too far, if you would like to describe Renth to the audience.
Right. So, the figure who appears is a Toan of the air element or tribe, so of a tree-like persuasion, with kind of wood grain skin and short green hair, kind of peculiar in proportion, like very sort of gangly limbs and torso, but really big, thick forearms and hands. And kind of strides, these long strides, because like at least 6 feet tall. And with a big studded great club kind of resting against one shoulder. New
Oh.
allies, elder.
Her name would be Speaker Kai, is how you would refer to her.
Speaker Kai. Speaker.
Yes.
Not elder. Speaker. Excuse me.
Yes. That is how you would refer to her, as Speaker Kai. Renth, the dreaded time has come at last. The cult of Haramet, a demon you would know of, being something that I know you were away while I was explaining.
I got a good chunk of it.
Okay, yeah.
I missed it. I know it's pretty classic.
It's pretty classic.
Situation.
Pretty classic
sealed
demon
away,
situation.
Sealed
Yeah.
away in a dungeon. We gotta, yeah.
Yeah.
The particulars lost to time, etc., etc., etc. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Particulars lost to time. There's 5 seals. Fuckers are doing something to break these seals. You yeah.
Back of them.
Yep. So the time that we have feared has come to pass. The cult of Harmat is currently releasing binds on his tomb. These 3 adventurers have found themselves unwittingly part of this destiny. I ask you to do a journey.
Traditional for adventurers. Yes.
I ask that you accompany them in whatever way you see fit.
Demons are good hunting sport. I can do this, Speaker.
Good. Rent will join you. Keep them safe as they will you.
Did we just get a babysitter?
Which one of us is the babysitter is yet to be seen.
Now, just because I'm taller doesn't mean I'm older.
Oh, no. We'll see.
I think there's gonna be a problem if you're trying to babysit us and you're younger than all of us, ill-experienced of the world, and naive. No, this won't work.
You all babes to me.
Considering that I had to stop 2 of you from picking up the obviously evil knife, you're all babies to me.
I can pick you up and carry you like a child, if that would please you. Would you like to be rocked?
Would you like me to rock your world?
Ooh la la.
In any case, I'll go get ready. And the Renth just like stashes the Great Club, like actually puts it away in their tent to come join you. Gets a sort of travel pack with the various exploration gear, but leaves the big chunky weapon behind.
For all that.
Yep.
Oh, you don't hang everything on the end of your great club like a
No, no.
homeless person running away from home with a little.
No, like a cartoon knapsack. No.
Yeah.
On the road again.
All right, now with your new ally, what do you guys do?
Assigned as a guide, I know the way to this site of sealing and the general territory I'm supposed to take them to.
Yes.
Kind of leading the way on that.
Yes, you guys can go there immediately unless you want to do any other investigation. Maybe try to see how many of these seals would already be broken or whatever. That is completely up to you. Or if you just want to go to the sealing site and see what you can do there, that is yeah, that
I
about
see
what
your
this-
party is lacking in plant matter. You seem trustworthy. Wait.
It looks at my full metal shell. Yes. As I would personally very much like to hear what this demon guy is supposed to be able to do that maybe we are aware before we head into their sanctum of death and destruction. And also the monsters that are supposed to be in there, that's kind of pertinent information.
yeah. Renth, what you would know about Haromet is that he is classically depicted as a draconic demon of ash and darkness. He is well known for. Let me check some things. Check my notes.
Delicious notes.
Yes. Yeah, he is referred to as Haromet the Forsaken. From what you know of him, once again, much of the information has been lost to time, due to the situations of your tribe. But he is known as a great demon capable of slaying entire armies. One that, yeah.
We count.
Yeah, as
we've
you
got
do.
we have criticals we can put on things. That's army like.
Yeah. You do know part of the legend is that he was gravely wounded. And even if the spell would be broken, he would likely return wounded. So that is one saving grace.
Okay. So, yeah, so Renth kind of relates this in laconic fashion. It's like, oh, great ash and fire, like unto a dragon, slays armies at a stroke, and so on and so forth. You know how demons that get really old and devour lots of blood and sacrifice and so forth tend to be. But really, the idea is here for it not to wake up. We'll just be dealing with its smaller.
If my body had the
underlings.
capability to produce tears, I would be crying at the lack of bardistry in your description.
I think there's plenty left to the
Sully
imagination.
my audible receptors with this
You could cry
brief
some tears of blood.
transcription.
So okay, Renth kind of shrugs at that, nervously twists a cord of like tied together flowers that's hanging off of her wrist. It comes apart and falls to the ground. Well, Yes, the speaker doesn't keep me around for storytelling, usually.
They keep you around for Big Stick?
Big stick? Well, yes, I am.
Well, then why did you put your Big Stick away?
Where's
I am the big stick. What do you think you're looking at?
You're not a stick, though. You're alive.
You could call it more of a log, perhaps. Yes. Yes, log, not stick, not a mere stick.
All right. Well, you luck, friend. We probably should need to talk to the people that know a lot about the city that came right after you guys. Maybe they have some documentation on this.
Yeah, I think as much as you may not want to, we should probably go talk to the nerds.
It's not that I do not like their pursuit of knowledge. I just do not like their attitude.
But we do like their archives.
Fair point.
All right. So you go speak to the nerds.
Yes.
All right. You return to the genocracy of Makar. Return to their little hall, their circle jerk hall
I was gonna
of
say their jerk circle. Yeah.
yes.
Still
They-
at it?
yeah. Of their intellectual circle jerk.
They've had some water and a sandwich, and now they're back at it.
Exactly. But you do see them all discussing and waxing political and such along those lines.
You know why I do not like them? It is that kind of people that ask for more knowledge, but when you start giving that to them, they just go mad.
All right,
Let's
so
go talk to these guys.
all right. So do you just pick a random one and start talking to them, or
Is the elder dude that I talked to last time still here?
Alphonse Makar? Yes, he is still here. The one that really liked you.
Yeah, that's who I'm going
Oh
for.
boy.
All right. You walk back up to Sir Alphonse. He's actually sitting just in a corner reading a book and eating some sort of snack. He obviously has gotten pretty tired of all the incredibly interesting discussion that he's been a part of.
Even he's thinking this shit. The circle jerk is a young man's game.
But either way, he sits there and he sees your approach and immediately perks up, and he's just like, "Oh, it's good to see you again. Tell me, what have you because if I remember correctly, you said you planned on getting information for him about the other
Yeah.
factions.
Boy, fucking did I.
It's like, what do you know anything about the increased Ironfall presence in the town? Quite a few of my fellow members of the democracy have been quite roughed up by them.
Yes, and though it is grave to say, rightfully so, it appears there was a murder within their enclave, a blood sacrifice.
Oh,
Yes, it, as you can quite imagine, they're not too keen on the idea of their people being murdered within their own walls. The unfortunate reality is that it seems that this heinous act was committed under the most disturbing of circumstances, the release of a demon.
he's
Ash
actually looking
fire,
through a
sulfur.
demonology book at the exact moment. He's just like, I remember. He starts looking through it.
21st night of September.
I see. My predecessors spoke often with the people of the autocracy about their legends and myths and folklores. Tell me, are you aware of the name Hieromat?
Ah, I see your age does your wisdom no justice. We are indeed here in that regard.
Hmm.
Or does your age insufficient justice? Yes, it seems that you are already well aware.
Hmm. Well, my predecessors saw it as just idle, idle legends of the local folk and such along those lines. The greatest minds understand that there's always truth to every myth.
Indeed, it seems that their most wise act was setting the stage for you.
Hmm. He loves the way you talk to him so much. You are just stroking his ego.
I know, right? If I were young enough, I'd rejoin the circle.
Christ alive. Either way. Hmm.
Such a schmoozer. It's funny. I think this is the schmooziest bard I've ever played.
Great. I love it. He kind of gets up, he grabs his staff. He
Yeah, I'm sure he does.
God damn it, you motherfucker.
I'm sorry. The low-hanging fruit, but it's just so easy.
Either way, he grabs his walking stick, and he starts walking towards a shelf. He pulls 3 books slightly out, and you see the entirety of the shelf wall shimmer and turn into a door. Like part of it like disappears, turns into an archway, and now there's a door within that archway, and he gestures the 4 of you to come with him.
Heck yeah.
I'm going to follow.
I going to follow, but last, very concerned.
You enter in the room, the ceiling falls, you all die. Just kidding.
Nice.
Yeah, end the session.
This was,
Anyway.
in fact, one of the other ritual chambers.
Yes, it was. Got the other 4 bits right in a row. Either way, you go in and you do see a. If it wasn't for the fact of all the books in this room, your first thought is that this might be a sex dungeon.
Boy, we really are just
Oh,
like.
I came back with perfect timing, apparently.
You see braided whips, you see cruel and crooked looking daggers, you see all this most definitely demonic implementation, torture devices, such along those lines. All with a whole bunch of books. The entire thing is immaculately clean, though. So this obviously, none of these have been used in any level of a recency.
I'm still going to go invisible.
People who own sex dungeons have standards, you know.
Fair enough. But either way, I myself have always been interested in legends of the demonic, and well, I get every artifact of such that I could get my hands on.
So now, Rent leans into leans down to Riel like.
Oh, I'm gone.
Oh,
I'm
you're gone.
invisible.
You
Wait,
can't see
oh, that's
Riel
right.
at all.
Oh, that's right. You're like you're like
Do I roll stealth at that point?
Okay,
You do roll
never
stealth.
mind
You
that then.
do roll
Well,
stealth.
Whoever is closest to me then. Do we think this one is involved? Maybe. It's a lot of interest in demons.
Okay. If you all stealth does is make it harder to do a perception check. If you would like to attempt a perception check to see Ryuel, you can go ahead.
I don't think I need that right now.
You don't
I just
need that
needed
right now?
somebody to talk to mutter to.
Okay,
to
cool.
Specifically be Ryuel.
Okay, you mutter to yeah, you probably mutter to Harmonix or Salko then. Either way.
Yeah. It's like I'm right next to the guy, so if you're trying to not have the guy hear you,
It would have been it would have been whoever's
Probably
not
Stalko.
talking.
Yeah, that would very much be me then,
Yeah.
hanging in the back.
So yeah, you say this to Zalko, like, are we sure this guy's not involved?
Look, the way I see it, you gotta know your enemy to, you know, off your enemy or deal with your enemy. So in this case, this is probably one of those
You gotta know your
business
enemy to off your enemy.
relationships.
Well, if he needs to be flattened, let me know.
That's a great fucking line.
Either way,
Tell me I'm wrong.
he begins to go through these different books and such along those lines, which you can immediately tell by looking at them. They have all those same runes, but many of the runes are slashed out or otherwise seem completely disenchanted, and to a point that it's obsessive.
By that you mean like they're the same runes that I recognize that I wasn't really able to read.
Yes,
As
exactly.
Much as just kind of okay.
Yeah, but like especially like the runes on the back and everything, like it is obsessively handled with. Like the runes are scratched out, such along those lines, or they're like copied over. And all those types of things. Like he is obsessive how much he's trying to stop any of these things from activating. But he pulls out a book and he opens it. The one thing I was not able to dispel. As he opens it, you see a dagger that looks remarkably like that other one, within the pages of the book. Does this look familiar to you?
Unfortunately, yes.
These daggers are known as the Fang of Haromet.
Plural daggers?
Yes.
Wait, there's more?
Yes.
I sound so excited.
Specifically,
Shut your mouth. I'm curious.
Collect them all.
there is a total of 5.
It would be a very sad draconic demon entity if it had only one fang. It would look kind of dumb.
Not if that one fang was like the size of a gigantic sword.
Yeah, this one's not. They're little guys. They're little daggers. But either way, there is a total of 5.
One for each ceiling circle.
You can see that this one is already it has those glowing runes. It's vibrating with power and such along those lines. This one has already met its requirement. It is believed that if all 5 daggers are to meet its requirement, the seal will be broken.
How did this one come to meet its requirements?
I imagine the same way that the one you know of did.
Hmm.
That means we know of 2. Where was the other one you have found?
It was the one discovered inside the Enclave.
Yes, this nerd would be very, very interested in getting those 3 other daggers for reasons.
I'm not telling this guy that we know exactly where it is. Just that that's where we saw it.
No, we don't know exactly where it is, though.
I know the around area where it is. To be more exact, we found it inside the leader of Ironfall.
He pulls out a map of Saria. It's a little bit of an older map, but you do notice 5 areas marked that seem of importance. One is here on the map that does have an X crossed through it. He goes over to where the Ironfall Kingdom's current base is, which would be down here, and he puts an X on that section. There is 3 more little like zones of importance on this map, being now let me see, where's my drawing tool?
It's a pentagram, isn't it?
Probably. The second he said 5 seals.
Oh yeah, I never said that this was going to be a particularly innovative session. I mean, come on,
No,
guys.
it's fine. The fun comes from in the stupid ways our characters interact with it.
Mm-hmm. So, let me go ahead. How do I change my color? I don't think I can. Now, these are only the ones that I know of. For as far as I know, there could of course be more of these that are already finished. My dagger was found here in the chest of a poor member of the autocracy, the previous speaker before Lady Kai. This was 30 years ago.
And they gave it to you.
No. They didn't want anything to do with it. They were just going to let the dagger stick in the body, and I research, you know?
Not that anybody can tell, but Rihal is just looking at Zalko.
Your people are horrifically irresponsible. I get the feeling our destiny is a way of them avoiding responsibility for their own incompetence.
Look, every problem that I've encountered has been quite swiftly solved by flattening. I've been fine.
So what if one of the fangs has already concluded its responsibility? Can it be undone?
Given circumstances, I think 2 of them have.
Do we recognize any of those spots on the map? Like, are they one of the area we have visited yet?
You do recognize, actually, I screwed this up a little bit. Give me a second. I need to move these. It would be here This one would be further out. This one would be in here. So like the town isn't built perfectly on top of where these were. You do recognize that this one, give me a second. This one is right where what is the name of that one? The
place that was
Heldurst
for
Kingdom.
hours.
Yes, the Heldurst Kingdom's main base is right there.
Oh, goody.
Oh, perfect.
So every
Should I go visit them?
stronghold.
Plus a random spot.
Minus the Genocracy. The Genocracy's fine. They're in the middle of the city.
Yeah, they're the ones where the demon's gonna get summoned.
They're right on top of the demon.
What do you mean? They're the dead center of the pentagram. It's gonna pop up right there, kaiju style.
They're circle.
If anyone's boned, it's them.
And in that situation, I'll need to be even taller.
Ken, are you able to reach that kind of height? That's
How high-
genuinely impressive.
I'm
How tall can you
working up
become?
to it.
I haven't hit my growth spurt yet.
I didn't have enough to do sleep, so I've modified it.
Oh, that's cute.
It is cute. Okay, I'm done.
Okay, love you, dear. Okay.
All right. I think I might have to go talk to our to certain people I have talked to. You know, just to know if another one of the fight might be found there.
What sort of context do you have that you could ask that kind of question?
She's going to whisper. I was told to kill a guy that is already dead. I can use that as a vouch.
So, once again, leaning into the nearby party member. 2 questions. One, where did she come from? And 2, are we sure she's not involved?
Okay.
This has been the question.
Number one, it just comes and goes. You just kind of deal with it. It's not. I would say she's more of a threat to herself than anyone else. Number 2, I've seen her navigation skills. If she was an actual threat, she wouldn't get lost walking down a straight street.
Fuck.
I think we'll be okay with her around, or at least I don't think we have to worry about being worse off with her around.
Just if Roanoke or Zoro could go invisible.
So she's why you needed a guide. I understand.
I can hear both of you.
But can you
Oh,
refute anything that they're saying?
Either way, Alphonse does speak up. It's like, from what I understand through my research, once the daggers have completed their mission, there's nothing that can undo their completion. However, the daggers can be destroyed before their mission is complete. If they are destroyed in the area where their mission is meant to be completed,
I will be very sad.
they will have.
You want to fight the big demon guy, I see.
You must destroy them in the area where their mission is meant to be completed.
Why?
That is the only place that they are vulnerable.
That seems very convenient. If you
To be
wanted
fair,
the dagger to be where it needs to be.
They'd be pretty shitty daggers if they could be destroyed anywhere else. The fact that they can be destroyed at all is testament to the fact that it's not perfect magic. You do what you can when you're trying to implement a death ritual.
Well, yes, my research has concluded that this spell is, and he just starts speaking, just you know,
Talking
philosophical bullshit,
Arcane technobabble.
arcane technobabble, essentially. Where he's just like, oh, in order for the spell to be as powerful as it is, the magic must.
I'm already walking away.
He sees you guys start walking away. He's just like, oh, you have all the information you need. Okay. Let me know how it goes. I suppose I'll know it in a few hours if it goes poorly.
Apologies, Elder. We are somewhat on a.
Yes,
time
you are on a
constraint.
major time crunch. I understand. Here, do you wish to take any
If I go to see a
anti-demon
kaiju-
weapons with you?
Yeah, that would be great. Do you have those?
I have silver bullets. I have.
It's the Van Helsing armory down here.
Will those work?
I mean, it's not like they will be incredibly effective, but they'll be more effective than normal bullets.
Renth, can you speak to the potential weaknesses of this demon? How did he get destroyed the first time?
Brave, can I speak to the efficacy of silver bullets?
You would know in general, demons are beings beyond the mortal plane and beyond physical existence. So material of high value such as precious metals do purely due to the fact that humans believe in their purifying properties does normally mean that they will be more effective. This is something that you would know being a tribal individual. You would know that like precious materials are normally more effective against demons, not super effective.
Okay.
Like
All right. So
yeah.
so pats you on the shoulder. The nerd does have the right of it, but believe in yourself, and you'll be just fine.
Do you have any better advice?
It's the
Maybe-
belief. The
maybe some
belief is the
Tangible
is the key.
demon killing advice?
That is the tangible demon killing device.
I suppose that my visual receptors must be malfunctioning because I don't see anything tangible about that.
That would be because demons are not very tangible. It does make them hard to squish. But I believe that I can flatten them, and that is the key.
So we're dead.
The-
I guess we'll give it our best try.
The Alphonse does speak up. I mean, he does have the right. The logic is there. Yeah.
It's hardly a plan. More
But
like
the
a
description is
philosophy.
not. Why can nobody speak proper sentences? You watch as Harmonix just slams a bookshelf. It's like abject despair.
Actually, what? Wait. Well, you're already shiny metals. Would you say
You are not
that,
shooting me at the demon.
would you say that humans would pay a lot of money for you?
Humans pay a lot of money for my skills. And
Then
he,
believe then
plays
the
the
belief
beatbox.
in your skills will carry us.
Really? I'm just going to reappear and just go, yeah, no, precious metal actually hurt me more, so yes.
Okay, Faith, fine. Let's go break some knives so we don't have to do that.
I'm not telling you which metal hurt me more. I'm not stupid.
Alright, so what are you guys gonna do? You know of 3 more locations where these rituals need to happen, and you know you have to break the knife at the ritual site.
Well, I already broke into one of them. I can do it, and this time I know where to go.
Do we want to go back into the building that we were in the first time, even though it's highly guarded? What are the
I'm
other two
invisible.
places? What do the other two places correspond to?
You don't really know anywhere that those places specifically correspond to. You think the one to the south of the city is a bar. As for the other one, fuck if you know.
If it's a
I
bar,
couldn't-
the stabbing probably already happened. We can just
I-
assume that.
Yeah, that might not be a priority.
Damned
Really.
fantasy taverns, always having bar fights at the worst possible times.
Such a shame. I could have gone for a drink.
We can go there afterward. But
Can you
This
even
exists.
drink?
I suppose I'll just have to believe that. I have to believe that I can consume alcohol and get drunk as a way of coping.
I believe that you can do it if you put your heart into it.
I'm so glad you think that.
and I believe we're wasting time right now.
That is what I agree with. So I guess
I too believe.
I'm just walking away.
Okay, so from what I understand, at the very least, Reuel, you are going to the Heldurst Empire's base.
Yep.
Don't split the party.
So is the rest of the party going with her?
Sure.
Yeah, we've been in there before. We can
Okay.
go away.
Okay.
Also, maybe someone should check up on the dagger we left in the bushes.
Yeah,
It's
one-
already activated. We don't care anymore.
That-
Do they
that-
not
that
have to be
is
brought to
something-
The ritual site. They just have to be used to stab someone.
Wait, if
That was the
if it's
ritual site, though, I think, right?
if
Yeah,
it's
it
already
was a ritual site.
activated,
Oh, you're right. You're right. It already
So,
broke the
we
seal.
literally cannot do anything about it, and probably the leader of the nerds is affected by the same curse as Salko was, and that's why he's obsessed with the knife.
Yeah, probably.
no, that sounds terrible and unlikely.
Anyway, I'm
You should
going.
go ask him for it then.
Yeah, see what he answered.
I
They
will-
just both bond over their shared love of the knife.
It's already done the dirty work it needs to do. Does the knife even care anymore?
Yes.
It wasn't your end. The answer is yes.
You already know the answers. Yes.
Don't Peppa Pig squint at me, sir.
Anyways, so I should remind you, Reuel is the only person that actually went into the Heldurst.
That's not true. I went.
You
to the
you put a
familiar.
rat. You put a rat in there too. Yes.
Yeah.
We
Yeah, but
cannot
this time-
forget the rat.
Yeah.
We go for the rat. The rat was the way that I found my way. I ratatouille my way up to the place.
So really, if one of us actually remembers the route, it's probably our Onyx.
Alright.
So do you send the
Well,
rat
it's a-
and Reuel into the building again?
I'm going to try something. This time, I'm just going to go to the guard and say that I want to speak to their leader.
Yeah, I was gonna say, can we just go walk in?
I mean, he knows what I look like.
So you go up to
We
a
made
guard.
a deal.
You go up to
Yeah.
the guard and it's just like, take me to your leader. Okay. Roll me
I mean,
persuasion.
no, I'm going to say that their leader is expecting me.
Roll
Do
persuasion
you at
because
least
these
know
guys.
the leader's name?
Yeah, I know his name. It's just been a month.
Right.
Yeah,
Fair.
let me check what
just
his name
making
is.
sure that in character you do know. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, Prince Harry Heldurst.
Please take us to Prince Harry Shoulders.
No, it's Harry Elbows.
Okay, persuasion check. Okay. So he kind of looks at you, kind of nudges the other guy, like, I'll be right back. It's these two orcs, we'll say.
Oh yeah, please give a physical description of me.
Yeah. They seem to be having a hard time thinking of a physical description for you. You have that effect on people. Uh, as they leave, as one of them leaves, they eventually come back and it's like, "You may go. The these three stay outside."
Oh,
That seems like a terrible idea.
it'll be fine.
Harry said he will only speak to her.
Will you at least guide her down the halls?
Yes.
Thank you.
He looks at you
Well,
confused.
Guess I'll
But
just get out here and play. Either of you have any song requests? Like turn to the two party members.
I think I'm going to be in there for like 3 hours.
If you're there longer than 15 minutes, we're coming back in.
So,
Do you just
Yeah,
want to
we're-
send? Do you just want to send a rat in there with her like last time? Just do it right now.
Yeah.
All right.
I'm covering that by doing the song outside.
Yeah. So you sing a song about rats and it summons a rat.
I see the Ratatouille theme.
Exactly.
We are the rats.
Ratatouille.
Yeah. Ryuel, you have a rat following you now. You are very aware of what this rat is. As you guys head towards the door, the orc guardsman that goes with you, as you are about to open the door, grabs your arm really hard and begins to open it slowly. Ah, Ryuo! The orc brings you in kind of forcefully, holding on to you. Please, please come in. Close the door behind you. As the orc closes the door behind him.
Ah, you seem to be a bit more forceful than last time.
Well, I'm very concerned about the increased activity of Ironfall soldiers outside. Tell me, you wouldn't happen to know anything about that, would you?
I know what happened there, but I believe that having uninvolved people around may be a bad idea.
Say that one more time.
Or can you assure that those two, that this orc fellow here will not babble to the other guides?
Oh no, he's one of my greatest confidants. Do not worry.
Ah, very well.
He's got the knife.
There, as you asked me to eliminate a problem, it turns out that the problem kind of eliminated itself before I could do anything.
Is that so? As he gets up from his desk.
It seemed to be the case, and that's why they're a bit of a uproar, as you can see.
Well, I am quite incredibly happy with how this seems to have turned out. The town is, well, quite frankly, they trust the Ironfall even less now, as they are attempting to create this martial law of sorts. He walks towards you. Whether it was you or someone else, I am very happy with this turn
But
of
I have
events.
more information than that. But
Oh,
I would like some information in return.
please, anything.
In the last few decades, was there a murder in this building? A murder that would involve a particular shaped knife?
He seems to contemplate as he continues to move closer to you. No,
Do I notice
none.
anything on him? Like, does he have a weapon drawn, or?
Roll me an investigation check.
Oh boy. I'm going to use a critical on that one.
All right.
Oh no.
That's the opposite of high.
Nah, he seems fine. He seems a little bit on edge, if anything. But quite frankly, that makes total sense. He moves forward to you closer. No, there hasn't been any murders in this building. None that I am aware of, at least. He gets up close to you, and the orc grabs your other arm. Is now standing behind you, holding you.
Okay. At this point, I'm getting everyone to start moving into the castle.
Oh, I'm going to do something. I'm going to
Disappear.
use illusionist to make an illusion of myself behind the orc, whispering to his ears, saying, "Oh, do you think you have me? Huh? You have pinned me down, did you?"
Let me double check illusionist.
It's going to be kinesis.
Yes. I'm just double checking it. Your illusions are more potent than others. You gain advantage to kinesis. As a combat action, you may choose to perform an illusionary attack. Yeah, so you would gain advantage to a kinesis check to try to do this.
Yep. So I'm just scaring him into losing up his grip on me.
All right, go ahead, roll.
That's an advantage.
Yep. Yeah, no, he gets confused. He hears you, and you kind of like use a little bit of your invisibility power to disappear for a second. Seem to appear behind him with your illusion, and he's just like, "What the fuck?" Unluckily for you, you see a glint in the eyes of Harry as he pulls a dagger from his side and attempts to plunge it into your chest.
Oh boy.
He has to roll a wisdom check.
Right.
I'm not really stealthing.
No.
Turn invisible.
So.
We're coming, Ruel.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
We're coming.
Yep, we're just going to use the cultist. So this will be against your might TN, as this is a dexterity attack.
My non-existent might. Got it.
Oh,
Yeah,
fuck.
that will hit.
Oh my.
Okay, so he immediately plunges the dagger in your chest, and you feel all magic within you disperse.
Uh-oh.
The illusion is cut off. The invisibility is cut off. You cannot feel your ability to perform magic.
Do I recognize the shape of the dagger that's being stabbed in me?
Oh yes, it is a very familiar dagger.
Important question.
Yeah.
Yes.
No, that's just the first dagger. This is the real dagger.
Slow down a second there. I need to get a good look at it before it vanishes into my flesh. Okay, thank you. I know.
Oh.
Whoa, what's going on?
I do not know.
A lot of things have been
Template has
deleted.
been deleted.
Yes, I don't.
It's just
Oh,
all your
no.
magic fleeing your body.
Oh,
It's happening. It's happening for us live.
It's happening inside of the game.
Okay, I think we're fine. I think we're fine. Just ignore all that. I don't know why that's happening.
when you get stabbed in Tales of Iberon, you get stabbed in real life. Or computer
That was
lives.
a great
You're
tip,
stabbed in the game,
everybody.
you're stabbed in real life.
I have light armor on, right?
I didn't
Have-
realize that you made sword art over here.
Okay. Bleed. So immediately upon becoming stabbed, you take on 1d4 tears of bleed.
Ow.
4 tears
Ow.
of bleed.
Oh. Oh.
All the tears.
So,
Just
Ritual, how would you like to die? Jesus.
so just so you know the way how bleed works, it only is potency 1, so don't worry. So each time you take an action, you will take 4d6 yeah, you will take 4d6. Wait, let me check. No, you will only take 1d6
I was
damage.
about to say 4d6. I'm about to die.
56 per
No.
action
No,
is
it will be 1d6 per action, and this will last for 4 rounds unless healed otherwise. It ignores all of your armor. It will not ignore your endurance though. Just so you know how that works. And you will also take 17 slashing damage.
Okay, 17. I have an Zetter armor on, so that's reduced by 1, I think.
Yeah, well, there is a button at top for damage that I did fix. You can just click the damage, put in 17, and you're good. It will do all the calculations for you.
Oh, okay. 17. Effect. Nope. Right.
Yep.
Zetter my armor was 0 now. So I don't understand. I thought I had armor on?
No, you don't have any armor on. Armor is based upon your might rank, and you have a might of 0. So even if you did have armor on, it wouldn't do anything.
Okay, got it.
Either
Ow.
way, that will now be us rolling for rally as combat starts. This is going to be a theater of the mind combat. I do not actually have this set up as a place, so but either way. But this room is small enough that like movement and such really is not gonna be an important factor.
But I cannot believe that I actually needed a babysitter.
That's wild. That happened, all right.
After all that, you're like, ah, shit, I was the baby.
Yeah. But as you look behind you, you also see the Hell Knight, the orc's head erupt in flame and turn into a skull-like entity.
Oh, fun.
As
This is why we don't split the party. Now there's a skull guy.
That'll be what to do. Just going to cough blood over here.
Yeah. You are no longer restrained. You were restrained, but you were able to get him off of you, so I'm going to call him stunned for the first round. So let's make an encounter. Let me throw all of you in it. And I'll just take care of your guys' rallies for you.
Oh, right. And you said that my magic is sealed right now?
You cannot perform spells or cast any magic type abilities. You can still.
I know. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So any ability that claims it is magic typed, you cannot use. For as long as you have this dagger in your chest.
Fair enough.
Am I just completely blind and missing the initiative spot?
Rally, you said, right?
Oh yeah.
What the fuck?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's on the.
Yeah, that's what.
Yeah,
Under the character sheet, halfway down,
It's near perception here.
in red text, right above
Yeah.
perception. Yeah.
Yeah, I just took care of it for all of you. I have an automatic thingamajigger.
Aha.
Oh, yes, you did.
Mm-hmm. So, begin combat. So the Hell Knight is stunned for this turn. So we are going to ignore him. I'm going to say it's really not that far away if you guys are booking it. Each one of you at the start of each one of your turns, well, at the end of each one of your first turns, will arrive here. You will have your reaction to do something, but you won't have anything else. So, Renth, you arrive in the room. And that is currently your turn. If you have anything that you will be able to do as a reaction outside of your turn, you will still be able to do that. But you just burst into the room. You're standing right behind this Hell Knight, almost who's about as tall as you are. You see Ryuel dagger in her chest, and you see this prince the other side of him, the other side of her, with the dagger plunged, holding it plunged in her chest. So that's where you are at right now.
Okay. I don't have anything special I can do as a reaction. What would normally be sort of reactionable things to do?
You could possibly, I will say that you can rush in and be more like right here, which does mean if you wanted to, as a reaction, you could swap places with Ryuel and guard her.
Oh, that sounds perfect. That sounds exactly like what I would be interested in doing. Yeah, sure.
All right. So roll your guard skill.
Aye. Bring my character sheet back out, and guard is on this list here.
Yep.
All right. So no advantages or disadvantages, I'm guessing.
Nope, you just roll guard.
Okay.
Okay. Now, whenever a creature is to attack you, that is your target number. Well, if they're going to attack Ryuel, that is your target number.
Holy
Okay.
So, that being
Holy cow.
said,
So,
whether
okay.
or not they beat your target number, you will still take half damage from their attack.
It's pretty good.
Hello,
Well,
McPhilip. I seem to be in a little.
163. Okay. I didn't realize. Okay, so I've got plus 100 to guard. Okay, gotcha.
Mm-hmm. So
after everything's added up. All right, neat.
Yep. So we will swap your guys' places.
Does that
Where
mean
the
I'm
fuck your
I
token
am-
go?
Huh?
Huh?
The whole map is reloading for me.
The fuck?
Uh-oh.
Rent! Where you go?
No, Rift took my place and become imaginary.
Yeah, why did Ren become invisible?
Okay,
It's
great.
spreading.
You're back.
It's spreading.
Renth
I
was
need to
actually
believe in
Ryuel's
myself to become
Renth-
real again.
Renth was actually Ryuel's true form. Once Ryuel's magic got dispelled, Renth vanished.
All right.
Dio. I mean, Renth.
So it was moved, right?
Kono Renth
Mhm.
da!
Is the dagger still in my chest?
Yes, the dagger is still in your chest. You are just no longer immediately in front of Harry.
Oh, reload is at 100%. I do not own any token with vision in this scene.
You fucking Oh, does Renth not have...
It put me in the Silk's prison.
Why the fuck are you in Silk's prison? That's not even part of this
Jail.
session.
Immediately jail.
Okay.
Can I just go back
I-
to sorry? Let me see.
I see your token on the map.
Okay, I think I'm on my way back. I don't know. I was banished. Okay, now I can see myself again. All right.
Your tank will return in 7 to 10 business days.
Fucking Christ. Alright. Okay, next up. Zelko, you also arrive. So do you, Harmonix.
Yay!
So unless you guys have anything particular you want to do as a reaction, you simply arrive here by the end of your turn.
Yeah. I mean, I have a spell that can reaction, but it's a reaction, so
Yeah.
gotta wait.
Oh wait, shit.
I don't think I have even a reaction spell.
Let me.
So there, I don't even have that.
I have the nervous spasm.
Nice.
Wait, is this
Yeah.
like an IRL thing that you just haven't told me about, or is this your character?
Yeah, it affects much like being stabbed in the game affects your in real life. My nervous spasm in real life allows me to shut enemies down in game.
Actually, no.
Works both ways, motherfucker.
Sorry. I got all turned around with the rent disappearing thing. Rio, it's actually your turn.
Alright,
We'll get to the other two in a second.
Yeah.
I'm bleeding out. I'm bleeding out. I have a dagger in my chest. Can I do something about this?
What you tell me? What do you want to do about it?
Can I try to pull the dagger out and patch me up?
Yeah, I mean, sure, easy enough. You could grab the dagger if you would like.
Oh god damn it!
Well, it's already.
Well, it's already in me. And it's
Yeah.
not activated yet because I'm not dead.
You sure about that? You don't know.
I mean, it's supposed to be murdered. I'm not murdered yet. I'm in the process of being murdered.
You're just an aspiring blood sacrifice. You're not. You're not really. You haven't really.
Exactly, we have something in common now.
You haven't been hired as
We're
a
in the-
full-time blood
we're in-
sacrifice yet.
Yeah, we're in the interview process at the moment.
Yeah, this is the first question: how do you take being stabbed?
Yeah, can I roll medical to just stop the bleeding at least?
Yeah, sure. Roll your medical. Okay. So the way how medical checks work in terms of stopping status effects, a success gets rid of one tier. Every crit you roll gets rid of another tier, and you may
Okay.
spend crits to get rid of more tiers, as well as if you have other effects that allow you to get rid of more tiers. So that success gets rid of one tier of bleed from you. So you get rid of one tier of bleed. If you would like to spend any of your intent criticals, if you have any left.
I think I have one left because I crit on my last one, so it was
Okay.
reimbursed.
So you would have
So I'm going
regained
to
one.
use. Yeah, so I'm going to use one of my crit to get
Okay.
out another one, so I'm not bleeding out for 4 turns.
Okay. You're still going to take 1 damage. The way how I suggest doing this for status effects, because they do ignore things, press the heal button and put in
Oh, and
minus
minus
1.
one.
Yes.
I forgot to put to
Oh, what a kindly dagger! It healed you.
I became
Also-
minus 1 health.
Ah, the classic
Yay.
healing shiv.
Yeah.
Also, I forgot to press the start turn.
Yep. And that brings back your endurance and such there.
I decided it was just where is Ringabel, and then I just added the 2 other sentences.
Oh yeah, Kali, I should tell you, if you go over to your info section of your character, you can make your own character intro. for whenever you
I
start
see,
your turn.
I see. Okay.
Just a little fun thing to do.
Alright, so I cannot do anything magical.
Mm-hmm.
So, Erie's not working. I cannot mind break them.
You have knives.
I have knives. I don't have the sneak attack activated, no. I have Swift Strike. Alright. Yeah. I'm going to do something stupid and pull out the knife from my chest.
Wait, wrap it in tissue paper first.
Fine.
Make sure you're wearing gloves. That will totally help.
Who brought the anti-force rubber gloves?
No, I'm just pulling it out from my chest.
All right. You pulled the dagger from your chest. Luckily, you are correct. The effect of the dagger does not apply until it has been fully activated. So you do not have to worry about rolling anything to be controlled by the dagger.
Though I should still not stab the guy with the dagger.
Yeah, you take it out of your chest, kind of like just clatter to the ground. You will take another 5 points of bleed.
I mean, fair. That's
So-
2 actions, correct?
That is 2 actions, correct?
But now I can use magic. So is my aura back automatically?
What?
My aura.
Yes.
Alright. So for my last action, I'm going to roll stealth. I'm going to hide.
Okay, roll stealth.
Would pulling the knife out of my chest consider an action?
I will consider that a bonus action.
Okay, so you have 2 more actions.
Yeah. And
So-
bonus actions technically do not fall under. Actually, do they? You know what? I'm gonna make the rule now. Bonus actions don't count for the bleed and shit because they can be performed as part of an action a lot. So why would they be? So you're still going to take that 5 body health from the next action you perform anyways, but you're not going to have to roll for another thing of bleed.
Yeah, so invisibility, and then I go for stealth.
All right.
I'm also going to take another 1d6.
Mm-hmm.
But at least now I'm invisible, and I'm going to have to roll for stealth.
All right. Well, I will roll.
Does invisibility give me anything for stealth?
It does give you an advantage, and it gives others disadvantage to find you.
Okay, so
Nice.
roll badly, but doesn't matter.
So, oh Jesus! 6 bleed damage.
Good lord.
I'm slowly dying, but I'm fine.
It's a shame you turned invisible because I can't heal you.
I'll become visible if I die.
Yeah.
Probably won't help at that point.
So now, as your turn ends, the way how bleed tiers and everything works, your bleed tier goes down by 1. So you lowered it by 2 during your turn. It's lowered by another 1, so you only have 1 left.
Alright, so I can possibly heal myself and then stab a fool.
Mm-hmm. So then, Falco, you get here. Is there anything special you would like to do? And you can also just do a reaction before your next turn. You can do it whenever. So unless you have something specific you can do as a reaction right now, we'll just continue on to harmonics. Ellie?
My browser just crashed on me.
Oh no!
No. being banished to the sub prison.
Well, I'm coming back in. I'm coming back. I'm alive.
I'm a
Somebody you locked
survivor.
yourself in the fort. It's not like it's hard to find your way in that fort, right?
No, we wouldn't get lost in a fort. So
Yeah.
if I'm sorry, now that I'm back in. It's loading. I just arrived with harmonics. I don't have a reaction action that I'm
Okay.
aware of, other than
You
just like
think-
a basic reaction.
Okay.
I'm saying I don't have anything special or unique that
Hmm.
I would be like, oh yeah, I should totally do this. I'll just um come barging in, and because I was I there after harmonics or before?
Before.
I was there before him. I'm just gonna scream, holy shit, this is bad.
Yeah, you
There's
you
another
run in.
one!
You see a bunch of blood on the ground. You do see the dagger. You see Rent above where the blood is, but Rent isn't stabbed. And Ryuel is nowhere to be seen. It's kind of a confusing sight. You don't know where this freaking Hell Knight came from.
What? Harmonics, you may wanna.
Harmonix, you run into the room right then and there.
Yeah, I'm gonna point to the hell. I'm pointing to the Hell Knight, and
Whoa, that's
that.
That's a big motherfucker. Also, you. What's with the knife? Don't do that. Put it down. Yeah. I don't have a reaction that isn't in response to things, so.
Hmm.
All right. Cultist's turn. The cultist is going to see that the knife is on the ground. Is going to immediately pick it up as his first action.
Is that a thing that he's doing?
That is a thing that he's doing. Is there a way that you would like to react?
Yeah, I would like to cause him to have a nervous spasm.
Great. Please read nervous spasm for me.
As a reaction to a creature's action, you may choose to force your will against the creature's nervous system. Force the creature to roll a might save. If failed, they are crippled until the end of your next turn, and further action they are performing is halted.
Love to force my will on a being's nervous system.
All right. What I believe that will actually beat your wisdom
So
save score.
My save is somewhere. No, it says my save score is 1 billion.
Oh, I see.
He'll be
It's just
fine.
like that stealth check from earlier, right?
Yeah.
It says no.
Oh, god damn it! It still says logic. Either way, logic is wisdom. That was just previous naming.
I think my save is 61. Yeah.
Oh, that's just beat you.
Yeah. So he does beat
That's a-
you. You do see him like spasm for a second, but he still grabs the dagger.
Momentary episode of restless limbs, but
Mm-hmm. He grabs the dagger. He sees the wall of bark and meat in front of him and decides he might be a little over his head.
You saying you don't like meat?
And so he is going to Misty Step 20 feet behind him. So he's behind the desk. There's a desk here that I will just draw. Desk.
yes, my only counter. More wood.
No wonder you didn't like the nerds in their circle, Joe.
Which one?
Too much wood?
All right. And so that is 2 actions from him. And then lastly, He's just gonna cast magic missiles against, let's say, Zalko. Let's see, summon a
Not
bolt of
nice.
magical energy that immediately strikes into a creature within range. This bolt will automatically succeed in attacking the creature provided there is nothing directly in its way, ignoring guard or dodge. Hydration. Everybody hydrate.
No.
We'll do it.
Thanks, Jay Martin.
Hydration achieved.
High quality lemonade.
I need to make myself lemonade.
And he is going to spend all of his casting counters of 1, because he only has 1 actually. These guys are pretty weak. Yeah, kind of is. And is going to send a D4 bolt of magical energy after Zalko. So, take 1 damage.
Ah!
You even can take 1 damage. Do you have any armor to speak of?
I have a helmet.
You know what? We will call the helmet a bit of light armor for you. So you have an armor score of 1. So it does nothing.
A magic missile pings off of your purloined skull cap.
Dwarven helmet that you have stolen and forgotten to pull on to put back down.
Because of its loose-fitting nature, the magic missile hits it, and it rings like a bell.
Well, yeah, we already established that's what it does, because it impairs the stealth, right? Bing.
You just hear the Taco Bell boom.
Okay, Hell Knight's turn. The Hell Knight is not afraid of the big beefy bark boy girl thing. And is going to
Bark,
perform an
insert
attack.
air gender here.
So the way how this works is that every stat has an opposing stat. So when I attack you with 1 stat, I will be going against the stat that opposes it.
Mm.
So I will be attacking with might, so I will be attacking your dexterity. Make sense?
Mm-hmm.
Awesome. So I'm going to do an enhanced attack to get the second attack. So does a 68 hit the combination of your dexterity and evasion score?
So I believe so, because dexterity is 20. My evade is, I don't know, 20. Okay, so yeah, I'm not very good at just getting out of the way of things right now. So 40, yeah, it'll hit me.
Mm-hmm.
This is ultimately probably a good thing. Okay, go ahead.
Well, actually, no, you're good. Your dexterity TN is 75.
How did I get that? 75.
It's a base number.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I see. The dexterity. Okay. Oh. Right. You start with 55 for like being a level 3 whatever. And then you add the dexterity to that. I was thinking of the evade skill, not the
No.
evasion bonus.
Another reason why evasion should probably be changed name-wise
Gotcha.
is the evade
Alright.
skill.
So it does not manage to hit me then. Okay. I am better at getting out of the way of attacks than I realized.
Okay, the 103.
Damn it.
Oh wait,
hit
you're
me. I
guarding
need to
right now
rage.
anyways. You're guarding right now anyways. So both of these will. So the way how guarding works is that no matter what, you're gonna get hit. However, you're gonna take half damage from any attack that hits you.
Okay.
And when you're. And the other benefit of guard is that when you do get hit, if they do not beat your guard, your endurance isn't reduced. So I'm going to do these 2 attacks, and we'll see if it gets past your armor endurance anyways.
So one quick thing, I think I spotted a mistake on the data entry for the character sheet, but I want to make sure before I start making use of the score.
Mm-hmm.
So the endurance comes from my drive bonus times drive critical, right?
Mm-hmm.
So that gives me 36. However, as a third level barbarian, I have unarmored proficiency, so not wearing armor gives me an additional drive for that calculation.
Correct.
I think I should have 45 endurance instead of 36.
You
that
do
sound
have
right?
you do have 45
Okay.
endurance.
Yeah, when I first opened the character sheet, it was 36. So
Yeah.
okay, all right, we're good. Proceed to beat me up. All right.
Yeah. So if neither of these attacks exceed 45, don't even bother taking damage.
Okay.
Because neither of them beat your nope.
15 and 15.
Ooh, are we supposed
Okay.
to say curse chance?
Okay. So the next question. So
Oh yeah, you do have a chance to be cursed both times though.
Okay. So next question. Oh, well, let's finish this thing.
You do get one tier of curse.
Of curse. Okay.
So the way how curse works is, let me open up my cheat sheet. So at the start of each one of your turns, you will take a d6 of cursed damage, and your mana health is not able to be healed while you are cursed.
Okay. And it was one level of that?
Yep, you have one tier of that.
Okay, one tier of curse. Noted.
Yeah. You also have disadvantage towards any intent-based checks.
Okay. All right. Is the attack part resolved?
The attack part is indeed resolved. That's...
Okay. Next question. Does getting bonked like that for effectively 0 damage let me activate my rage, which keys off taking damage?
Technically, yes.
So okay, so I may rage now.
You may rage
You may
now.
activate this art as a free action whenever you roll dealt damage.
Yep.
Okay. So this Hell Knight, what sort of weapon was it using?
She was using
Oh,
like
so it
a
says
longsword.
Longsword. Okay, longsword. So that in the chat, I just noticed that. Okay, so Hell Knight hacks at me with this longsword, just sort of bonks off my bark-like skin, but Renth then grows by a foot or so.
Yep.
And it's like, and
I'm beginning.
thank you. I needed someone to do that.
This is a very phallic game of D&D. Or a phallic game of Tales of Iberon.
Look, it's just a big wood that grew larger.
Oh my god. Okay, you are still within medium. I don't have to make your character bigger. Good. Either way, you are now taller than the Hell Knight.
Yeah.
That's all I wanted.
Either way, that was his first action. It was an enhanced action. He is then going to... Let me check.
Just to make sure I'm here or there. Because I don't know where I am.
You're right here. You
Okay.
should be able to see yourself. You're just a little bit transparent.
I
like-
do not see myself.
Oh really? Well, that's unfortunate.
I can't even control myself.
Again, is this you suffering in real life, or is this your character that you're talking about?
No. Me. I cannot see my token.
Did that fix it?
Nope.
Yeah, I'm just gonna... Maybe that will help. Can you see your token now?
No.
Then I'm just going to.
Oh, I can see it. I can see it.
I know I made it visible.
Okay.
No, you're not blind. You're fucking invisible. All right. There we go. That'll work.
There we go.
Ta-da!
Awesome. The Hell Knight, seeing that his sword was not incredibly effective on you,
In fact, it made things worse.
in fact, it did indeed make things harder on himself.
Oh, it made things harder.
Oh
all
my.
right.
Christ alive. Let me see. This guy is going to choose. Oh, that's right. That's where you got the curse. Okay, he's going to use Banshee Screech.
Oh, that didn't sound pleasant.
All targets within 30 feet, which is all of you, make
Of
a
course.
resilience save.
Resilient.
I'm really good at that.
Me too.
I am
Uh-oh.
not. I am really bad at that.
Okay, so Zalko, you are the only one who fails,
Of course.
which is great. Everybody else will take half damage. Check. Zalko, you will be knocked prone.
Unless I'm just knocked out.
Oh.
We'll see.
Ayo.
Let me see. Let me double check. It would be based upon their resilience. So yeah. 10 plus 8. Okay, 17 damage to Zalko. Everybody else will take half of that.
Rounds up to 9.
Yes.
Okay, and that.
That does,
deducts
your guard
endurance?
does not do
Oh, it
anything
bounces
about
off
that.
my guard. Or no, it doesn't bounce off my guard.
Yeah,
Okay,
but
so that
you're
is-
yeah, it will
so that
will
did-
damage you. So
So
put
it gets deducted from my endurance.
yep. So just
Okay.
press the damage button and put in 9.
Oh, I see. Gotcha. Damage button. All right.
Yep.
Damage 9.
I'm not feeling so good.
Did it do anything? Yeah. 9. Body.
My life.
I am possibly at one
I
bleeding
am-
from falling to the ground.
Activating the thing, but it is doing nothing.
I can't even get it to connect.
You press damage on top of the screen and
Yeah,
nothing
so I
happens.
click damage. It brings up a dialogue. I
Mhm.
enter 9 in the box.
What's your
I-
insurance?
I click the check mark, and the dialogue closes. Nothing else happens.
What is your insurance?
My what?
Endurance.
Oh,
Oh,
yeah, no.
endurance. Oh, 45.
Yeah, you take no damage.
Oh,
No, it should still
so it should deduct from the endurance, right?
yeah, it should
Oh,
deduct
yeah.
from the endurance. I don't know. Because I'm even trying it right now and it's not.
Yeah,
Doing
there's
anything.
something bugged in the script. All right, so I should lose 9 points off endurance.
Yeah. Which you can
Okay,
just
so
do
back-
manually
Yeah,
over
back to the
down
36
there.
that I had started. Yeah. All right, my previously calculated 36. Okay.
Yeah. So you can just deduct it manually and that'll work. Zalko, your entire resistance seems off, so I'm just gonna long rest you real. Why can't I? I long rest you? Weird. Yeah, both. Here, I'm gonna real quick go on to Reul. Okay, I don't know why it's not working on.
Yeah, so something specifically broken on my sheet. Uh-oh.
Let me check
I'm
harmonics.
special.
No, it's broken on both you and. Oh, I know why. It's because you guys don't have armor, and I don't have something in the script to.
Oh, to handle 0 armor, or like no to find it. Wait, can I?
Yeah, no, I
Can I
think.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Okay, I think this will fix it. Give me a second.
Okay.
Zelko, we decided you have like.
Playtesting.
Yep.
Yeah, that's what we're here for.
Yep. Let me long rest you real quick and start turn you real quick too.
Zalko.
Sucko.
Okay, great. That works.
Okay, so it just needs to be set to some kind of armor for, even though I don't. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah,
so
I
some kind of
put
zero
I put
armor
on your alt armor. It should
is 0.
work
Okay.
now.
So
Let me. I got it for you. Yeah, it works now.
0. Okay. Good. Hurrah.
Awesome.
We
Okay.
fixed it.
Debugged.
Fucking coding.
Yeah.
Live, folks.
Everyone's favorite.
Live coding. That's what we play tabletop RPGs for, right?
Yeah.
Either way,
What's the name of the big demon we're after?
Harmet.
Armet.
Parmet. In the year of Parmet, 2025. That is how we do tabletop role playing games.
Either way, that was 2 actions by the Hell Knight. He has 1 action left. He used his bonus action, so he's just going to hold on to his other action. Wait, no, he's a monster, so he only gains 2 actions unless I give him the third. So yeah, all he has left is his reaction. Renth.
All right.
So this is your first actual turn, so I'm going to let you know how this works. In this system, you get 3 actions and a bonus action on each one of your turns, as well as 1 reaction per round.
Right.
Anything you do is an action. You do have a movement speed. If you only move 5 feet of your movement speed, that is an action. You do not get the rest of it later. So
all right.
that's the basic how it works. This one is the most important. So the way how attacks work here is that you spend an action to get an attack. However, you may choose to do what is called enhancing an action, which has multiple effects, but its primary thing is you will gain additional attacks based upon the weight of the weapon you wield. You are a barbarian. You are very specific in this circumstance. Because normally heavyweight weapons do not actually have weight attacks, as they are called. But you're a barbarian. Whenever you perform an enhanced attack, you gain an additional attack anyways.
Right. Okay. And what resource am I expending to do an enhanced attack? Or is that just
you spend a bonus action.
Oh, okay. So you give up the bonus action, so tack that onto one of your regular actions.
Yes.
It becomes an enhanced attack.
Yep. And you may also turn a normal action into a bonus action or prepare it for an additional reaction.
Right. Okay.
So you can technically perform 2 enhanced actions a turn if you spend all your shit.
Gotcha. Okay. All right. So next question. Under my guardian background, I have an aura of protection. How do I turn that on, or is it already considered to be on?
The activation or deactivation of an aura is considered a bonus action.
Okay. All right. In that case, I will, with my bonus action, I will turn on my aura of protection. All allied creatures within my resilience rank in feet, which is like 80.
So everybody.
Wait a minute. Oh, half of my armor score. Wait, I don't have armor. Never mind. That's useless. Okay, never mind that. I need to. Huh, that's disappointing.
That's an unfortunate combination.
Yeah, I did not realize that just doesn't work. All right. Never mind. I will frown at my choice of character creation option in combination with another. All right.
Wait, you're saying you're getting that from your guardian background?
Yeah. But yeah, half your armor score is endurance. I don't have an armor score, so I cry softly as a free action. So in that case, I guess I will simply do a yeah, I will do an enhanced action for punchy punches.
All right, perform 2 attacks.
Yeah. Okay. So in here I go it's the weapons tab. Weapons tab.
Your skills tab first.
Attacks. Attacks is what I need.
Yep, and then you would perform the appropriate attack. I imagine you're punching.
Yes.
So that would be unarmed.
Oh, okay. So okay, so I'm using the skill, not the weapon. I'm using so I get unarmed skill first. Okay. All right. No advantages. So all right.
Yep, that's gonna hit.
Okay. And then I go to the attacks and click the damage.
You can do your second attack first if you would like.
Okay, sure, that makes sense. Yeah, that makes it easy.
Or you can do one by one. It doesn't really matter.
That seems to save. That would probably save time. Huh?
That will also hit, and you do gain a crit, which is going to matter. So whenever you crit on a roll, you have the choice of either storing that crit for later, which right now is useless to you because you start a campaign with all your crits full.
Okay. So I'm supposed to have 2 in my power and 4 in my drive. Okay.
Correct.
All right.
But secondarily, if you choose to spend it right away, you get to add an additional dice to your attack.
Okay. So all right. So because my crit doesn't have any room to be stored, I just roll another d20.
No, you get to an additional damage dice.
Oh, the damage when I go to the damage. Okay, got it.
Yep. So just roll your first attack that won't have the crit on it.
Okay. And that is on the attacks tab in
Yep.
the sheet. Okay. So 14 crush from the first hit.
Yep.
And then the second one I put
it will ask you. Yep.
Yeah, okay, I put 1 crit into the thingamabob and okay. So a 14 and a 15. And then okay.
Okay, 14 and 15, so all right.
There was something I can do. I can. Oh, okay. So I could.
Yeah.
You know what? I'll just keep doing things to learn how they work.
All right. Sounds like a plan.
I have all right. So part of this embody nature thing, these mystically imbued smashy fists, is that I can spend one of my destiny counters when I attack with it to gain a passive guard score equal to my avatar element bonus. So 30 passive guard. And
well, it'd be 3 because your bonus is 10% of your rank.
Bonus, not rank bonus. So 3. Yes. So 3 passive guard, whatever that means.
That's actually written incorrectly. That would gain you 3 bonus evasion.
Bonus evasion. Okay.
Yes.
So I add that to my. Okay, cool. All right. So I add that over there. So now my evasion bumps up to 58. I increase my endurance by half of that amount, so I just get back 2 endurance.
Yes.
Okay. Neat. All right. Now the guard that I did earlier is gonna go away.
It goes away at the beginning of your turn, correct?
Okay. I could instead take one of my 3 actions to re-up that guard.
Or you can wait and simply perform it as a reaction.
As a
later.
reaction. Okay, cool. All right. In that case, I will take one more punch because that would leave me with one action that I can potentially guard with later, right?
Yep.
Okay. So and this is non-enhanced, so it's just one more punch. Okay.
Yep.
Thank you all for bearing with the newbie.
No
Oh,
problem.
don't worry. Wait, you have a reaction naturally, no?
Yes.
Oh.
So you
We're
can
all
just
newbies.
swing.
You could
Okay,
just
so
swing 2 more times if you wanted to just use all your
Okay, so I can
actions, yes.
enhance this one and still have a guard. Okay, right.
Yeah.
Got it. All right, so there's 2 more.
Yep, those will both definitely hit.
Okay, no crits this time, so I simply roll this twice. All right.
Big number.
Bam, 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 bam.
Nice.
All right. So over the course of several, just punch, just kind of wailing away with these oversized fists on the Hell Knight in front of them.
All right.
And that'll do it for Venth.
Amazing. Ryuel, that would be your turn.
All right. I'm going to roll medicine to not bleed out on the ground.
All right.
I do see what you were saying when I was like building this character that I was going to be pretty unkillable.
Oh yeah.
Okay. Medical. Where is it?
Let me go to the bathroom real quick.
Hello, return.
Christ life. Ah, damn it! Why does it get rid of my foundry? All right. Interact. Please just give me my special foundry tab. And here we are.
Uh-oh.
We're back.
Awesome, we're back.
All right. I just realized I forgot to do what I was supposed to do with the curse.
Yes, you would take 1d6 damage.
Okay.
So 3, do it via the healing -3.
Gotcha.
Because it does ignore everything else. But either way, that's 65, since you do only have 1 tier of bleed.
That also did nothing. Okay.
What the fuck? Heal -3. You're saying the heal -3 isn't doing anything?
Correct.
Just do it manually then. Just go,
All right,
go,
so
go.
direct deducted from endurance. Okay.
No, from elf.
Oh, from body. Okay.
Yeah, from
So
body.
it skips that. Okay. So body goes down. Okay, got it.
Either way.
But the curse remains?
The curse remains until the end of this. The curse would be gone now.
Okay.
It would have, the tier would have reduced to 0 at the end of your turn.
Done. Okay.
Yep.
Thank you.
Reuel, yep, you do successfully get rid of that last tier of bleed. You still do spend an action though, so you'll take 6 more damage.
Oh god damn it!
Uh-oh.
That was all our help.
Oh, I can see you now, dying on
Yeah,
the ground.
everybody can see me now.
It had to be exactly a 6.
It
Yeah.
had to be exactly 6.
Oh wow.
Well, so much for breaking this dagger, guys.
So you are not dead. You are simply unconscious.
Yeah, there's that whole. What is it?
I thought
staving
getting
off
rid of
death?
the tear would make me not bleed.
No, that happens afterwards. Because the thing is that you like push on the wound to try to stop it from bleeding and like wrapping it around. You're gonna squirt a little bit, you know.
I'm just like, oh, I'm finished. I'm not bleeding anymore. Fall to the ground.
Maybe not be visible is not a great idea.
Not invisible anymore.
Now.
Yep. So I will have to ask you to perform a resilience or courage save.
Oh, no.
Wait, actually no. Actually no. Ignore that. You are at 0, which
Yes.
means you are stable.
Oh,
People are falling down. This stabilized me.
Yippee!
So that means you do jack shit for now. You are just unconscious.
As long as you're no longer bleeding.
Yes, you are no longer bleeding. You are simply unconscious.
I love the idea that you guys are just like looking at Renth, and then right next you just see blood gushing out, me appearing and falling to my knees and just face first into her.
I like the idea of that happening in order. Like we just see blood gushing out of nowhere, and then all of a sudden, oh, there's a person, and then you collapse.
It's like, oh, that's where Reuel is. Oh no.
Was
You just hear, whoops, slam.
That does mean though, you currently have a body that, because a special effect of this dagger is that it will immediately make you fail some saves towards
The dagger
not
is not in
dying.
me anymore. No.
Because normally attacking a downed person just makes them lose health. This dagger's ability is that rather than making you roll for bleed tiers, you roll for failed death saves.
Alright.
So
But the dagger is not in me anymore.
the dagger is not currently in you. You are not being currently stabbed by the dagger. But you now have a
It's
downed
approaching.
person who could be stabbed by the dagger. Just letting the rest of the party know what is at stake here. So, Zalko, your turn.
that is what you would say if that first attack that I failed the check against didn't immediately kill me.
Wait, what?
How much body did you have?
What are you talking about?
My endurance is 0.
Oh yeah,
No,
but you still have your body.
Yeah, you
The
still have
body.
your body. You're not down at all.
Yeah.
Oh. Oh, I've been. I
No,
mixed up.
endurance is not hit points.
Yeah.
Okay, I've been so confused
it's
this
more
entire time.
like-
I was mixing them up.
Yeah, it's more like
No, no.
vitality under the old
Mm-hmm.
Star Wars.
So you can press your start turn button and you will actually get your endurance
Temporary
back.
8 points.
Yeah. It's temporary HP you get at the start of each one of your turns.
Yeah. How much can you slough off per round before you
There,
start taking real damage?
So I took that 17 earlier. That's just why did it do 16? I typed 17. Oh, because my
Wait, so
armor.
you said Renth has
Oh,
like
wow.
47 endurance?
Yes.
45, yeah, and I get that back every round? Holy
Yep.
cow.
Yep.
Oh, so,
So
they
really-
have to
so
really
no, you forgot to-
dogpile. So they have to
Okay.
dogpile you or hit your mana to kill you.
Right, yeah, so...
Yeah.
huh.
Okay. For Zolko, you forgot to press start your turn.
Yep.
Ta-da!
Awesome.
And essentially, that regained all your endurance.
Yep.
So you didn't take the 17. You took like 17 minus your armor, minus your endurance.
Yeah.
I just want to take 1 more damage
Why?
because
Why?
I took
You
17,
can do it manually. You can do
I
it
took
manually.
17 damage earlier. I'm trying to update it because I didn't actually update. I thought when you were fixing my character earlier.
Here, you know what? Let me
that
just fix your character for you because at the end of the day, so what would have happened is that you would have taken the 17 damage. It would have been reduced by 1 by your armor. Your endurance would have been reduced to 0, and you would have taken 8 more damage. So you wouldn't have actually taken that 16 that you did. You would have taken 8, which would have brought you down to 26.
Okay.
Make sense?
Yes. Thank you.
Yep. So you're all set. You're all correct now.
You're just on the ground.
Yes, you are prone from the Banshee Screech.
So if I'm getting up and moving, is that 2 separate actions?
Yes, getting up from prone is 1 action. It's not like half your movement or something. That is 1 action. And then if you would want to move, you would have to spend a second action.
Okay. Question about transfusion. My wisdom rank is the spell's range.
Correct.
What it says is that I can make something take spell damage. I can heal another creature within the spell's range by the amount. Is it the spell's range of the target that I hit with transfusion, or is it the spell's range of myself to carry over that healing effect?
Oh, it would be from yourself. All ranges are from yourself unless stated otherwise. Like,
Okay.
specifically.
All right, so in this case, you could think of transfusion as like I'm acting as a conduit
Mm-hmm.
for something to poof between. I am going to attempt a transfusion on the Hell Knight. I don't
Okay.
know if it's really gonna work, but
You
I'm gonna
can
try it anyway.
always attempt. Transfusion is the spell, right?
Yep.
Are you transfusing its one into mine?
Alright. Let me go to transfusion just so I know.
Choose to wait for the spell and then force an. Oh no, never mind. It says, well, okay, so it says force an adjacent creature to roll a resilience save, but the range is wisdom rank and feat. So is it an adjacent or is it range based on wisdom?
Yeah, no, it's an adjacent creature is the target, but another creature within the spell's range. The Hell Knight is adjacent though, so it still works.
Okay.
So force them to roll a resilience save.
Yeah, do it. Roll your dice, you schmuck. Do it. Yeah, I dare you. Pick a big number.
I think
That's
it
a big number.
succeeded.
That's too big of a number.
Hey, wait, you weren't actually supposed to.
It's fine. You can do it again, right? Right?
And you cannot perform the same spell twice in one turn.
Oh,
But you can
Perform multiple spells.
perform multiple spells.
Yes. And since
And-
transfusion is actually a charm, yeah, you're fine. You can do whatever else you want.
Where is the... Well, heck, I'm a whip it. I'm a whip it good. I have blood whip, and I know how to use it, baby.
All right. So you
I
summon your blood whip.
I summon a whip of blood from the back of my tail, and I hold it like, well, a whip. I guess it's not that creative. And I do my big ol' reached out whip, and I
Oh yeah, that's right. You have
go
adept
for-
blood whip, so you don't even have to do much. You just get to use it.
Yep, I just do it.
Mm-hmm. You just whip it
Well,
real good.
Yeah, so it is 1d4 bleeding damage is what it is.
Yeah,
If
but
it connects.
first you attack, which that would just be your one hand melee. Or no, it would be your spell casting, which for you is alchemy, right?
I think it's alchemy.
Yeah. So roll alchemy to try to hit.
Oh, I sure hope this hits.
And it should. Alchemy is based
Wow.
upon wisdom, so you're going against the creature's spirit, so that definitely hits. Even with a fucking 3.
Big number go burr.
Big number.
Mm-hmm. So roll your blood whip.
So my understanding is that it is just a d4 of bleed damage, but this says medium
Yes.
wisdom. Isn't medium d6?
Yeah. No, well, spells are a little bit different. It will be the medium base damage, but since it's a tier 1 spell, it's d4.
Okay.
But spells are a little bit different in how their weight works. They're special.
Oh baby.
You can also, you see the little in your attack section, you can also just do it from there. Like the little red crossed swords. And that will add your base damage to it.
Because this was a spell, you said you didn't have blood, or you didn't have a bunch of the spells coded in to just put it into the
Yeah, so I just made it a weapon for you. It's in your attacks.
Oh, this? So I have it as an art.
So if you look at
Oh, there
your
we
weapons,
go. Okay.
yeah,
All right, I see
put it
now.
in there for you.
How do I do it?
There's a
I'm
little
clicking it, but
cross swords, red cross swords. You click that.
No, there's not.
I assure you there is.
Ah!
That you might have changed the.
That's all I see. I just posted it in the
That's the wrong. Not in your info section, in your attack section.
I have 2 brain cells, and neither of them were rubbed together. Good
Okay.
lord, that was a challenge.
So sorry. Either way, yeah, his endurance is still down, so that's going to get some damage on him. Awesome. You can keep attacking with the blood whip. It is counted as a weapon. If you wanted to enhance that attack for another attack.
Yeah, I'm going to zip over and stand up. I'm gonna stand up, which is an action because I've done 2 spells. I have 1 thing left to do. I don't want to be prone anymore. I don't trust it.
Right, let me take you out of the combat. God damn it, Brave. Give me a second.
To the silk prison. No.
I accidentally took you out of the combat. So, okay, there you are. You're back in your correct space.
Haha!
Everything is fine.
I would like to emphasize that if I were knocked prone, one would conceivably assume that I am not standing on my, 2 legs, but I don't have 2 legs.
Christ.
How many
So
legs do you have?
I'm a naga. I'm a snake. I don't have legs. So
Ah.
can I, in fact, be knocked prone?
Yes, you can.
Yeah, you get
Okay.
sort of sprawled over.
You can still fall over.
Yeah, I can get turtled. I know. I figured.
Yeah.
But I have to ask.
I enjoyed the attempt. All right, so that was action to get up, action for transfusion, and action for blood whip.
Correct.
All right.
No additional movement. I'm done.
Harmonics.
Yippee! Yippee! All right. Well, first things first. Let's not let Riuel continue to lie on the floor like a lump.
Thank you kindly.
Yep. So we've got ourselves some healing words that we can spend.
All
Ooh.
right.
What's today's healing word brought to you by?
Today's healing word is brought to you by "Don't get stabbed by the dagger."
I was hoping you were gonna say Skillshare.
Not unless they're gonna send me a a real quick
Fresh.
sponsorship deal.
You know what? That would actually be absolutely hilarious if, like, I did eventually get sponsors, and whenever somebody casts Healing Word, they have to send a sponsor.
For an ad break.
But yeah. So this lets me. What does this let me do? This is a healing check on a faraway ally. So what does that let me do mechanically here? Like, how does that? That lets me heal, or that just lets me pick a guy up?
Basically, it allows you to roll a healing check from a distance. That's kind of all it does.
Will that restore health?
Yes.
Yes.
And that's the point.
Okay, so
Alright.
roll
For
a
the
medical
last
check.
turn, my plan for the last turn was to use medical on myself, kill out the bleeding, and then use medical again just to have some health. Sadly, that didn't happen.
Well, we're gonna do it for you here. So we're rolling medical.
Mm-hmm.
Meh.
Where's my medical skill? Here it is.
All right, that is definitely high enough. So you will get
100 health back.
No, that's not how that works.
Aw, man.
So now you will get to essentially you get to perform a medical attack. This is essentially how it works.
I give you a healing doot.
So I'm going to actually just make an attack for you. Just to make it easier for you. Heal. You know, let's give this a proper.
How would you execute this though? Just for the sake of testing.
How would I execute this?
Yes.
That's what I'm setting up right now. I'm just giving you a weapon that will do it for you. So it would be based upon your wisdom. So this would be a body heal. So you do a medium wisdom healing attack is how it would technically be described. So I gave that to you. Feel free to just roll that, and you may choose to spend crits on it to increase the critical score of the healing if you wish.
That's an intent critical.
Yes.
I have one of those left. I'm gonna hold on to it right now.
All right.
Where did you put this in for me? I'm looking at my attacks. I see.
I might have accidentally put it in the wrong. Yeah, I put it in when you tap your token. You get pulled into a temporary character sheet. You have to tap in the actual actors tab, and I was in the token version, so there you go. It's in there now.
Yep, I see it here. Body heal. Is he gonna let me do it? Main body heal. Yes. Gun? Maybe. I'm not seeing where I can actually activate the thing, though. Oh.
Are you in your info area or your attacks area?
My attacks area.
Where you see your longsword, your revolver, and your body heal?
Yes.
To the right, you will see little red cross swords.
Oh, okay.
You click that.
There we go. There you go. Heal for 13.
Oh, thank you.
You're welcome. Alright. So that'll keep Ryuel up for a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
Let us then. Can I do some bardistry? Is that a thing I can do?
I've been getting back up. My injuries were still 3 when I fell down, so. Is it still at 3?
Yes.
Okay.
Let's see. My bard abilities. I'm trying to look at what my songs do. 'Cause I have some songs. I have a song in my heart to sing. I just can't find the words.
Never gonna. Wait, no.
No.
Yeah, that'll start doing damage.
Booty, 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 rocking everywhere.
Yeah. Whap, 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 whap.
Or is it a defensive spell? It could be like, "Baby, don't hurt me."
Yeah. I cannot find the songs I've chosen.
You can just choose to. You can just choose them now if you would like.
Word.
Yeah.
I know one of them that I picked was the distraction one. It was distraction and background music were the two that I picked. I'm just trying to. I'm not seeing the descriptions. Okay, what do they do? Background music. All allies within half your performance rank feat gain advantage to a chosen stat, and the ability to ignore restriction on skill checks and stat saves for said stat. Okay. So choose a stat. So this guy, he's attacking our dexterities, right?
Yes.
All right, cool. So I am going to give. So if I raise everyone's dexterity, that makes them harder to hit here.
Correct.
Beautiful. So we're gonna. So first action was the heal. Second action is gonna be. I start playing Ballroom Blitz.
All right, all right.
And the fast paced tune gets everyone's feet moving a little bit quicker. So everyone's gonna have advantage to dexterity. Because everyone should be close enough to me at this point. They're within 35 feet.
Mm-hmm.
And you ignore any restrictions on skill checks or stat saves for dexterity as well. So if they try and grapple you, you're probably going to be able to avoid it. Hopefully.
All right.
Alright. And then for my third action, I have a second casting counter. I'm going to. This dude's like hiding behind the desk here.
Yep.
Hmm. Let us. Yeah, let's lock him down. I don't want him coming near here with the dagger just yet. So I'm gonna cast Entangle on that area.
Nice.
So it says choose a point, force all creatures within 10 feet of that location to attempt a dex save. I do want to like center it so it's like the edge of the entanglement is just before it would reach any of us. Well, I want to lock him
Okay.
back behind the desk there.
Okay then.
Yeah. So he's got to make a dex save. But regardless of whether he succeeds or fails, that area is difficult terrain.
All right. How big is the area again?
It's 10 feet.
Okay, so just a 10-foot radius around him.
10-foot radius.
Okay. Believe.
I think it was like a 10-foot radius around.
Yeah, I know.
Like it
There.
would be at the upper edge of it.
No, there's a radius.
I mean, it's like we're not on.
Oh
like,
God
a map
damn it!
map.
Why is it meters? That whatever.
We're not on a map, so it's not like it's like a major difference here.
Yeah.
You just imagine that suddenly the back half of the room where none of us are fighting is suddenly covered in like
Because
vines and
meters
growth.
is superior, that's why.
But there's
Yeah,
like a
it's
there's
about
like
like
a
that.
brassy tinge to the vines. Like they're not they look like think like aluminum Christmas tree type vines.
Okay. Oh yeah, that is a fail.
That is a fail. So they are restrained.
Mm-hmm.
Like they're not stabbing anyone with that dagger anytime soon.
Awesome.
He could stab himself.
He's still restrained.
I don't think it's selfish to stab yourself. Well, depending.
Okay then. Let me double check restrained. Just so that we know exactly what it does.
No.
Okay, creature speed is reduced to 0 and they cannot perform movement actions, and their this is a little bit old. Their evasion is halved. So yeah, he's a lot easier to hit and he cannot move.
And him not moving was the point.
Mm-hmm.
Alright, cool. So you get Reuel back up a bit before we have to worry about it.
Alright. So that was your 3 actions?
That was my 3.
Okay. It is now his turn as he is once again going to cast Misty Step to get out of the vines.
You bastard. Well, I made him burn that, so.
Yep. And he's gonna move to Reuel, take the dagger, and attempt to plunge it into your neck.
Oh, wonderful.
Reaction!
Reaction? What are you reacting?
We're spazzing him again.
Okay.
I don't want this happening.
Okay, so that would be a resilience save, right?
That would be.
It's a might save.
Might save. Okay.
Like he might save. He does not.
Yep, that would be a no. So he attempts to stab you in the fucking neck, but his hand just stops and his body spasms immediately. That makes him immediately. Please read spasm again.
Oh yeah, sure. Force the creature. Say if failed, the creature is crippled until the end of your next turn, and further actions they are performing are halted.
Yeah. So that means the current action he is doing at this exact moment is halted. And he's now crippled, which means he only has 2 actions.
And did the Misty Step count as one, or was that a bonus?
Misty Step counted as an action.
Okay.
And let me check. Misty Step is only 20 feet, 5, 10. So he wouldn't have had to move in order to get within range to attack. So that was action Misty Step, action attack. He has lost that action.
Turn is done.
So his turn is done because he now
Mm.
only has 2 actions for his turn.
Both of which are okay.
Yes, both of which have been used. So,
Well, don't. Oh, does he not count as a monster?
oh no,
As
he
far as
does
actions
count as a
go?
monster, so he only has 2 actions in general. So
Well,
I would have to spend the command action to give him another action, but you
Mm.
just maximized his actions to 2.
Mm.
So, yeah, no, he's done. That's his turn.
Good. Say no.
my
Stop
plan
it.
was to go stab him. It just made it easier for me.
God,
His
fucking.
plan was to stab you, so.
It's only fair.
No,
Okay.
no, it's not. Not with the ritual dagger, it's not.
Too much stabbing, not enough flattening.
Okay. The seeing as that worked so much better for him last time, the Hell Knight is going to start with Banshee Screech this time. Everybody
What?
roll a resilience save.
What kind of reaction can we do in this game?
What are you attempting to do? What are you thinking about?
Because technically, I still had to action when I fell to the ground.
Those would have been lost when you became unconscious.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
Well, time to becoming conscious again, I guess.
Yeah.
Resilience check?
Yes. Resilience save, yeah.
I'm going to use one of my drive critical.
Wait, does it say all targets within 30 feet, so that includes the cultist.
Ah,
Nice.
Oh.
Well, sucks to
Alright.
be him.
so that entangle zone did have a tactical benefit despite the misty step. Then.
Mm-hmm.
I'm glad I used that critical.
Yep, so his resilience save is 58. So all of you succeed. You will only take half damage.
Mm.
Huzzah.
Mm-hmm. You. That would be a heavy. So 10 plus 8. R. And you know what? I will just do the math for us immediately. Okay, so rounded to 9.
Rounded. Ouch. All right, and that comes off endurance.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. Fucking
Still
hell.
alive.
So the cultist takes threshold of pain and is knocked prone.
Woo!
Oh, he's on the ground with me.
Yeah. Yeah, he came over, he was about to stab your fallen form, and then immediately his ally screams and he falls over too.
Hold on. I have my 4 endurance, so I should be 4 up.
So he's just down to the ground. And then the Hell Knight is going to attack you, Riuel. Your endurance is ignored when you're prone. So it'll only be against your dexterity rank.
Okay.
So he's going to enhance this attack.
So that would be against my evasion, correct?
No, it'll be just against your dexterity. Your evasion is ignored while you are prone.
My dexterity is 130 TN. So.
But it would just be your dexterity rank.
You also have advantage because of my ballroom blitz.
Oh. So
That doesn't apply here. That doesn't actually apply here. Because he's just attacking.
My dexterity is 80, so the first one would miss, but the second one would hit.
Okay.
It just says gain advantage to the chosen stat.
Yes, when that is applied, like a check or a save. This is being attacked.
Oh.
Rip.
Kelly, could
I
you
thought that it was
Aw.
going
discard me?
to. Oh, I would
I-
have put it on something different then. I thought
Okay.
that this was going to help
Okay,
with
if yeah,
defensive.
so if the Hell Knight is attacking, yeah, I can certainly use my reaction to guard if I'm in range. I think as long as yeah, because I'm adjacent to both.
Yes,
So I
you
can
can.
use- Yeah, so let's go ahead and do that.
And as a guardian, you get to just guard allies for free. So
Oh yeah, sweet. Okay.
so roll your guard.
Yeah, I need to get back to the skill tab. There we are.
Okay. So you will take half damage from both of these attacks, and your endurance will not be lowered by them. So, and I know he can't beat your endurance in a single attack. So
Right. Even now, does that count against my? I mean, it still doesn't get there right now, but that would be against my current endurance score or my max.
your current.
Okay, so yeah, so currently 29. So yeah, still bouncing off.
Yeah. So nothing happens.
Big
That-
old goose egg.
So first action Banshee Screech, second action attack. He does technically have one more action. Well,
Wait,
I can give him
doesn't
a
he have
third
two
action.
actions?
Yeah, I thought he had two
Oh,
actions.
oh yeah. you can
Yeah,
do that.
as the guide, I'm allowed to give a monster a command action once per turn. That's normally just you give it to your boss monster, and the boss monster gets to do more shit. But I can just give it to this Hell Knight, and he is going to instead attack the bard.
Uncool.
Yeah, man, what the fuck?
He just doesn't like your music.
He's got bad taste.
I mean, he went to hell, so.
But he can't enhance it, so does 104 hit your dexterity TN?
Just barely.
Okay. Yeah. So let's go ahead and throw this blade at you. 16 slashing damage.
Okay.
All right. How you looking?
I'm still over half.
Okay, that's good. Not looking bad at all.
It's not terrible. Could definitely be worse.
Like me.
All right, Renth, your turn.
Okay, so quick start turn,
I'm
which
gonna go
does
quick.
nothing. Is my endurance supposed to cap back out?
Yes, I don't understand.
Yeah, my character sheet is somehow a little bit broken. I don't know why.
It happens.
I would guess that also the like temporary
I'm gonna try
bonus to
some-
my evasion would also expire at that point then.
Correct.
Okay. I've not taken damage since this. Oh no, yes, I did. I got yelled at, so I did take
Mhm.
damage. All right, so I don't need to worry about maintaining my rage. Okay. Okay. There's. Take a quick look at. Need to do that. Don't need to do that. What the situation is. Oh, I'm already okay. So I don't need to move. Okay, I think I will enhanced attack against the Hell Knight to begin, as is traditional.
All right.
Okay. Oh, right. There's something I noticed while flipping through that during my rage, I my critical score of my attacks is increased by 1 thanks to the giant thing.
Oh,
What
right.
is the critical score?
So, critical score is whenever you get a crit, that technically increases your critical score.
Okay.
So gaining critical score increases naturally means you get extra dice naturally.
Okay, and that is on damage rolls?
Correct.
Okay. So I should be doing a little bit more damage than I did last time. Well, I missed it. We'll do it. We'll get it this time.
Mhm.
All right. So first swing looks like that. Second one looks like looks like a crit.
Oh,
Ooh,
that's
baby.
2 crits on you.
All right.
All right. Those will both hit. Let's just do the non-critical damage first.
Right. Okay. Now, okay. So this is the damage roll. Now, do I go ahead and put 1 crit on here then?
Yes, you would put 1 crit
Okay.
on there from giant.
Got it. Nice. All right. So 18 for that.
Amazing.
Big number.
All right, and then for your next one, you will add 3 total crits.
Ooh.
2 from the
Lovely.
attack, 1 from giant.
From giant.
Oh,
Nice.
no.
28.
Nice.
Oh
Blam, blam.
my.
Smoosh, smoosh.
Alrighty then. So that will be down to.
We love big number.
Alright, that's some decent damage.
It's still standing though?
It is still standing. This guy seems like a beefy boy.
All right. Well, it's been working for me so far. Let's fist and fist again. Broop and broop. All right, no crits this time.
Yep.
But a 170 and a 109.
Those will all hit.
Okay.
You do also have the option of spending any stored crits you have if you wish.
Oh, right.
Just a reminder.
Right. I do have.
So you can use your
2 I do have
stored power crits.
2 power carpets.
Because it should be stated this guy does seem to be heavily armored.
Yeah.
And armor reduces the damage of each attack, so increasing the
Right.
damage of an individual attack can get a
Okay.
lot more through.
Okay. In that case, sure. We'll. Now, can I expend multiple on a single
Yes.
hit? Okay. So let's put my 2 power crits into the first of these hits for a total of 3.
Mm-hmm.
32. And
God, they
then-
just keep getting bigger.
and the second one won't because I thought exhausted my little pool there. But so just 1 crit on the second one thanks to being giant. So another 14.
So
I just imagine the All Might being of Loki on that scene with Ulf that just pick
Yeah,
up
pretty
and
much.
just
Blam,
pop.
blam, blam, blam.
that
And
would
that
have been
actually-
Threshold of Pain,
Oh, on
because the way how Threshold of Pain works is that if you take half your maximum health in a single attack, you take Threshold of Pain, which he did do. So he is knocked prone now. So,
Cool. Okay.
but that was.
So what does the prone do to this? Does that
You get
affect
to
the
ignore
second-
evasion.
Oh, okay. So that didn't really.
It doesn't help you this turn, but it helps the next person that attacks.
Sure. Okay. All right. I think that does it for me.
Yeah, because you did 2 enhanced attacks. That's all of your actions.
Let's see. Destiny charges. How do those recharge? How do counters come back?
It depends on the
Long-
counter. Destiny.
Oh, I see. Reset upon taking a long rest. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So I'll hold on to my second Destiny counter for now then. All right. I'll stand on that and take a quick bathroom break while the rest of you proceed.
Oh, Before, I have something on my thing that if you do the elf action as a reaction, I can have a sneak attack.
Oh, okay.
Could you say that you're going to do that for my turn?
Okay, so that would be instead of guarding.
You can go for free.
Oh, that's right. Guardian lets me do that. Okay, sure.
Mhm.
That sounds good. All right.
All right, Riwell, your turn.
All right. Uh,
What do I do?
all right. My first action, I'm going to get up.
Okay, so you get up. You are no longer prone.
All right. I'm going to look at the cultists, and I'm going to stab him with the help action to do it a sneak attack.
Okay. So roll for your attack. You will gain advantage.
Hmm.
That is
not-
3 crits.
I'm not sure how to react to this.
Don't even bother rolling. I'm just gonna let you know he has 1 health left.
So I would like to see like him like fall to the ground, and I just get up.
You know, actually, no. We are going
Just
to roll
look
this
down at
just
him.
because it's gonna be
Yeah,
hilarious.
roll the damage. See how much blood explodes out of this man.
I mean, so sneak attack. It is. You may increase the base damage of your attacks by your dexterity bonus and add a D8 mastery dice. So roll your weapon attack.
That's considered a power crit, so I cannot even store it.
Correct. So roll
Alright.
roll your attack. In the additional damage section, you're going to write 8 plus 1d8, and in the crit section, you're gonna write 3.
Okay. So crit 3 and
Mhm.
additional damage 1d8.
Yep. No, 8
Uh,
plus 1d8.
8 plus 1d8.
Mm-hmm. Because I remember correctly, your dexterity is 80.
Yes.
Yep. Okay. Great. How do you eviscerate this man?
Well, he stabbed me. So you guys will just see me getting up, take like one step toward the guy, as the two towels of like thing on my back just grab him, raise him in front of me, and I just, while looking in his eyes, just stab him.
You lift him up. You with this. You are a being of the mating of a human and some eldritch entity beyond imagination. You are beyond imagination. You walk up to this guy and he seems to understand the beyond for a single moment before the entirety of his being is rent asunder by some invisible force that none of the rest of here are able to see, but you know exactly what it is, this torrent of blades coming from the center of your mind as he simply erupts into a geyser of blood.
You messy.
Mm.
With the dagger simply dropping to the floor.
Oh, good.
I'm going to
Being
run to the
bathed in blood.
Ah,
Oh.
fuck off.
Well, I didn't use the dagger. All right. I'm going to look at the L Knight, and I'm going to use Mind Break.
Fabulous. All right.
I need to do a wisdom saving throw.
Great. I still written his logic on the monster sheet. Now, doesn't matter. Who cares?
Uh,
Oh, fuck.
Nope.
it is paralyzed now. And maybe a little mad.
Mm-hmm. Prone.
It is paralyzed prone.
Just a little mad.
So I look down at the All Might and I just give him a little glimpse of what that guy saw before being eviscerated. With a clear message. He's next.
All right. So then, that was action get up, action to eviscerate, and action to scare the damned.
You seen hell? I haven't seen that yet.
Yeah. Zalko.
I'm a little concerned. The dagger itself, has it been established that the dagger is like fully activated, or no, sorry, not fully activated yet?
From what you understand, it seems like the requirement for the dagger to activate is to kill a person at the specific location. You're not sure if you don't know like the exact wording of the enchantment. You don't know if it's like the dagger must be bathed in blood or whatever. You don't know the specifics, so I think you're right to be concerned. Is what I'm going to tell you.
Uh,
Oh, good.
cool.
Oh.
Uh-oh.
You don't know if Rioel just fucked up or not. But as far as you are aware, the dagger's requirement is to be used to kill something. But these ancient magics, their wording can matter a lot. And sometimes it can be weird.
Ran it through translators.
Also, it has been passed down for generation by oral tradition. So
there could be. So you don't know, and you can't know unless you look at the dagger more thoroughly.
It's not
So-
even the right dagger. Like, this one has a totally different condition. Right? Like, actually, this one has to be used to perform brain surgery in order to activate. And
the guy just was not sure where my brain was.
yeah. And it's just like, yeah, well, we just thought you had to kill. It's like, no. This little piggy went to the market.
Yeah.
Like,
So I will say you have a very valid reason to be concerned.
I don't recall owning anything reminiscent of a bona fide weapon. But is there something nearby that would either serve as an improvised weapon or just
I would
is
say
a
you
weapon?
do have a staff.
I do have a staff.
Yeah.
I am. Oh, actually, hold on. There's one thing I haven't looked at.
I think bleeding might be a good idea for him because it ignored resistance, right? It
Yeah.
ignored armor, right?
Yes.
does he have blood to bleed?
You haven't tried it.
We did it previously. It took bleeding damage, right?
He did take blood. He took bleeding damage, but he didn't take on any tears of bleed.
Damage inflicted by blood, not from loss of blood.
Yeah.
So
Got
welcome back,
blood
Callie.
on
I might
her.
have overkilled a man.
Oh, I see. Okay.
There is a lot of blood for our blood magic now.
Okay. I have, because I multi-classed, I have access to the psychic classes, telekinesis,
Oh yes, that's right.
which is the ability to lift and or carry things that require my might rank, and I can use that based on my wisdom in terms of distance and also in terms of weight. I'm
Mhm.
assuming I can I can telepathically grab this dagger with my mind and move it without touching it, and therefore
Correct.
it would not be yeah.
You could do
So
that this whole time.
I look, I've learned my lesson. And now I've learned a safe way to grab it. And this is my long distance tissue paper.
I would say you can make the logical assumption that it would not affect you if you use telekinesis on it.
Yeah, I'm assuming based on the fact that so far how it's yeah,
Or maybe it affects you more because you're directly touching it with your mind.
I'm gonna take the gamble and I'm gonna get it out of the blood.
Okay, you lift you put your energy. Right now there is so much blood you can't even see the dagger. Like it's just kind of like slightly coagulated and pooled right there. You kind of sense where the dagger is, and you're able to scoop it up out of the blood, it dripping off the thing into this puddle. It does not appear activated.
Cool.
Where's Rent in relation to
The
the
dagger
dagger?
is right here. Rent is here.
I am. Rent is studiously ignoring the dagger.
Hey, uh, I Rent, I need something to be crushed.
Oh. Well, other than this guy?
In addition to this guy,
Ah.
can you crush metal?
Have done. We'll do again.
Harmonix visibly oils.
All right. So I do want to say, specifically, Zelko, you did take a tactician level, didn't you?
I did, yes.
So you can literally, I believe one of the shouts you have is literally to just make him do an action if you wanted to right now.
Now you know where I'm getting at.
All
Is
right.
it motivating shout or is it?
It's one of them. I know it's one of them.
It's either a.
uh-huh.
I don't think it's attack shout because I read that one differently. I don't know. There's something I could read. I swear it makes them attack right on the spot.
Yeah,
Like it said.
that would work for this specific action. I would allow it.
Okay. So can I just use my break skill to just stomp on it and try to smash it to bits, or do I need to actually make an attack roll?
You would be allowed to use your break check. So you're explicitly going to try to like stomp on it, break the blade type of thing.
Kind of engaged with fighting this Hell Knight.
He's paralyzed and prone. You're fine.
Oh, okay. So well,
I
all right,
paralyzed
so,
him.
He's just kind of lying down in the pool.
Okay, in that case, yeah, all right. In that case, I can actually momentarily let my guard down to turn and really just great big
All right.
stompy smash right on the try to get it right on the between the blade and the hilt of it to snap it and splinter it.
All right. First, I will still need, because this dagger's effect is that whenever it is touched,
That's I have ways of dealing with this. Yeah, proceed.
Yep, I already know what you're gonna do. So you do have to roll me a wisdom save.
A wisdom save. Okay. All right. This couple of.
Wait, but it's not activated.
Do I know what the target number is?
Nope.
Okay.
It's not activated though.
It is not fully activated.
Okay. So wisdom
Yeah, it didn't break the
save.
seal, but it still has power.
Yes, it has 3 tiers of activation. The first just requires it to be used. The second requires it to be bathed in blood. The third
Oh,
requires
gosh,
it to be
okay.
used to kill.
Ah, so
Fair
it's
enough.
half. It's 2/3 the way there. Okay.
It is 2/3.
All right. So 66. Okay, so that was a
So
better than average result. Okay. Is it?
so that is, and the save goes up for each tier of activation it has. That would fail.
Okay, so I will invoke my Find a Way trait. If you are to fail a save or check, you may once per short rest re-roll it entirely, gaining an advantage when doing so.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Well, you also have favored. Don't forget.
I've got a couple of things. Yeah. So I've got favored. Yeah. So I've got a couple of.
You know what?
I'll burn through my re-rolly options and then.
I'm using my reaction to give you help.
Aww.
How? Okay.
He's like,
So-
just shout words of encouragement.
Sure. Okay. So all right. So re-roll. Now, does that give me an additional advantage?
Yes,
because
it
of
would.
Reuel's help. Okay. So I've
Reuel
got 2
would spend an
advantages.
intent crit to give you another advantage.
Okay. So I've got 2 advantages on this attempt. 89.
That is enough. You are
Hooray!
not
Okay.
controlled by the blade.
Okay. So
Oh,
I have burnt my short rest use of Find a Way, but my other help me with saving throw things are still open. Okay.
Okay, awesome.
All right. So that was overcoming the touched it part. That now I get to actually attempt to break it, right?
Yes.
Awesome. I burnt my power criticals. Oops. Oh well. We'll just have to roll well. Stats save.
snap this
save.
thing
Okay.
in two.
All right. I do have. All right. Big numbers. Let's go.
Hey,
Critical.
big
Okay.
Hey,
numbers.
Macarena.
How many criticals? Just 1 critical. That's fine though.
Okay. So once again,
Hi, Purium.
do I know what the target number was?
You beat it. You
Okay,
beat it.
but like no. So because I could store this critical if I don't need it, right?
Yeah, you go ahead and store it.
Okay, so I get 1 into my bank of power crits. Okay.
Nice. So, yep. So you take the dagger. You momentarily, like your foot is just barely touching it. This is a split second moment here. You're barely touching it. You're like using like a spiked heel of your foot explicitly designed to like crush shit. And like you're barely touching it. Just a split second passes in your mind where you hear these whispers of these arcane demonic voices. It almost stops you, but it just isn't enough as you slam your foot down and you shatter the blade in half.
Of destiny, not you, stinky dragon thing.
As the blade is shattered, the Hell Knight actually rips in sunder, disappears, turning into a black mist. It seems like it was connected to this blade's existence.
Let's go.
Excellent.
Ah, no Jojo mean.
I know, right? I was so ready to go like magic bolt, and then pull out the gun.
And then
Triple tap.
that is the day saved. The Fang of Haromet has been destroyed, and at least for now, that means the seal cannot be broken.
Shame about the guys at the other 2 locations who probably don't know that and are gonna kill someone anyways.
Yeah, they don't know.
Well, that was not
There's
part
no
of our destiny.
Right.
All right.
Ah,
So I think we will end it here.
All right.
Great
So what
job.
have we learned, team?
What have we learned today?
It is
I
okay to
should-
hold the knife.
No, it is the exact opposite of that.
splitting the party make for a very interesting game.
You people are going to get yourself killed. You quite literally almost got yourself killed.
Look, I can hold stuff with my brain. It's okay. It's
Brent,
different.
thank you for being reasonable.
I have yet to meet a problem that I have not been able to flatten.
Historically, this is true.
All signs point to yes. Anyways, we're a little bit of an epilogue here. You guys solved this issue, and without a collective enemy to stop, the town does eventually fall into chaos. Now, with one of the lords of the current technically ruling kingdom dead, their entire
You
area.
mean
and just-
two?
No, I wasn't done.
Okay.
Technically, the current ruling person of this area is the Ironfall Kingdom, but the Helldurst kind of refused to move out. Now you killed him. So now there's nobody with really a direct claim on this land. Everything's going wonky, and the Genocracy and the Autocracy kind of come together with the remaining members of the Helldurst to kind of root out and get rid of the Ironfall Kingdom, which kind of starts to attempt to create martial law. And with your guys' help, along with other situations, it just doesn't end well for them.
Oh darn.
And essentially this entire town just becomes kind of a democratic area, based around the Genocracy and the Autocracy. Who knows what the future holds, but honestly, you came here to cause chaos, but you feel like you might have actually done some good for this town.
Sometimes a blood cult helps you with the chaos part of things.
Sometimes you just don't want to be caught up in the chaos that you cause.
The plan was to mess things up and then observe. Then we got involved and everybody knew our faces, so we might as well just. Also, this guy stabbed me. What was I supposed to do? Not
to be
stab him
fair,
in return?
to be fair, the nerds are probably too busy jerking off to actually do anything, and the nomads don't want to rule anything. So, like, you know, these are solvable problems.
I mean, if you want to go and govern the place, I wouldn't mind.
Oh,
If you want somebody there, just tell me.
Thank you for the follow, colleague.
No problem.
Okay, before we do head out for the night, I do like to do this at the end of each session. Ask each player their pros and cons of the system, what they think, where improvements can be, as this is an in development thing. We will start with our newest player, as everybody else did do the first half of this one shot. Kali, if you would like to tell me your thoughts of the system, how it played, what you thought was great about it, what you thought could use a little bit more help or a little bit more thought.
Oh boy. Okay. I've actually been taking notes.
That's amazing.
I'll have some stuff that I'll send you in the Discord chat afterward. I would say like the standout things is that one, the possible character builds are entertainingly wild. Just seeing how very different in strengths and weaknesses my character was versus Rodrigo's character versus Harmonix. They're all just
So completely different.
they're they each had something very different going on, very distinctive, and were able to each shine in their own way, which I think a lot of that comes down to the variety of options and the way that they can be, well, min-maxed, yes, but in an entertaining way. The On the downswing of things, I do worry about like the heavy defensive set. Like, there's guards, there's endurance, there's armor, there's like so many layers of points to knock off of things that I really worry about the capability of these action set pieces grinding on and on and on and on if things line up poorly. So something to keep an eye on there, that especially as characters get more complicated, which adds, sort of cognitive overload as people make their decisions and their turns and so forth, things could get very, very slow. So keep an eye on that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And that is definitely something that we have been keeping an eye on, and I think higher level tests are going to be the greatest thing to figure out with that. One of the major things that I do say for sake of that, though, is the opposing stat system of like, yeah, you have all this endurance, you have all this stuff that you're able to deal with, but at that same time, every strength means you are taking strength from somewhere else. So, like, for instance, your character specifically, if we were up against a lot of mind attacking focused characters, you would have a problem. But it is most definitely something that I am honestly a little bit concerned about too. And something that we are keeping a close eye on as we continue to develop the system. So thank you for that feedback, though. 100%.
I definitely had a good time, and thank you for inviting me in to give it a try.
Yeah. Feel free to send me those notes whenever you are able. I would love to look at them more in depth. Let's go next to the birthday boy, which, by the way, I think we have something to do for you now that the session is coming to an end.
You gonna kill my character? You gonna kill me in a glorious fashion?
That would also be great, but no, we're instead going to happy birthday to you.
Oh, you jerks.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Ellison. Happy birthday to you.
I like how we were all on a totally different tempo.
It's hard on Discord.
Right, yeah, because there's like delay in transmission and everything. It's like, what beat are we on? Yeah. But anyway, what is a happy birthday song without A, breaking ancient copyright, and B, being, just horrendous excuse for singing?
Yep.
Yeah.
Either way, Ellison, I would love to know your pros and cons about the system now that especially you've been able to take part in combat, which we weren't able to do last session.
So I would say that the sheet itself, navigating it, is probably the thing I had the most struggle with today, and that's only because I think it's just a simple, make these categories like, bit more tabular, like maybe change the colors if you're able to, or adjust the way that the sheet's laid out in a bit, just so that way like clickable bits stand out more for things like the attack screen and the spell screen versus, not, because when you're explaining to me, oh, this is how you get to your blood whip, I for the life of me could not locate it.
Yeah.
So because of that, I was missing out on the fact that I had available tools that I couldn't look at in between turns and
Yeah.
think about, which ended up causing time. So the system itself, I think, works well. Uh, the storing critical thing is probably my favorite feature. I don't understand, or I don't know how to explain it in a way that I feel like makes sense for something long term. Like, you did something yesterday and all of a sudden it was so good that you're able to channel that positive energy into something today when it comes to something physical. But at the same time, okay, sure, it's a neat feature. I want to see that get utilized more. Um,
Sorry, my wife
that
came in, so I was a little bit distracted. You are discussing stored criticals, I believe.
Oh, store criticals. Yeah, like logistically, I'm trying to think of a way to make sense of it because I don't fully know how to describe how a stored critical for doing something impressively physical carries on for like a 48-hour time break
Yeah,
in the context of the system. It's neat. I'm just trying to explain that in my head logistically. But
yeah.
that doesn't matter. The implementation of it's funny. You can just, hoard some criticals and then dump them into something that you want to turn into a really big number for. And I
Mhm.
love that feature. It's something that I wish other games would adopt, something that allows you to store special successes in a way where you can utilize them and reference a bonus at a point where you actually want to use it, because how many times have you rolled a critical and your opponent has 1 HP?
Mhm.
Real.
Apparently once.
Yeah,
So,
I do want to say as a response to that one, because I love games so much, and I think it's very important to discuss games with cool ideas. The critical system is actually modified from a couple of games that do have that type of idea. Particularly the game Candela Obscura from Darrington Press. It is actually based entirely around something like that. Where like when you roll, it works very differently. In that system, it's a purely D6 system, and then if a special one of your D6s, you use that result, you get one of your, as they're called in that game, drives back, and you can spend drives to have more dice to roll to hope for a better result. Um, and the critical system is actually largely based upon that. Um, and I agree that it's a very fun system that adds a lot to the to engaging in the game. Because it's like, oh great, I got all these criticals, I got all this stuff. Um, and I find it very important that that's the way how you like also help your allies, because it's like, I'm helping you because I did something great earlier and I want to see you succeed. It's a lot of really good back and forth with other players. Um, that was a little bit tangential, but please continue.
oh no, that was it. I would say as far as a con goes, it's most like you said, just the sheet itself, and one of my biggest pros is the ability to retain stored crits and use them as something
Mm-hmm.
funky to inflate numbers when you want them to, rather than when they do. I almost want to suggest that there be some type of system that makes it so you have like a stored. I don't know. I feel like it can be a very taken advantage of system, because storing a crit and pulling them out doesn't really have a drawback where we were just talking a couple of minutes ago about maybe a character being built way too out of proportion in
Mm-hmm.
the context of the particular setting you're in breaking. But there could be a weakness built into the game by the person who's organizing and operating the game. Kali mentioned that, and that's totally fine. That's a sensible thing. But with the stored crit system, I feel like it could be taken advantage of. And I almost want to suggest, can it be a stored crit system where the crits that you're storing are in relation to what it is that you're trying to do, rather than um just like a crit that you can apply and save anywhere, just with a bit more strict. But at the same time, I don't want to suggest that because
That is how it works, though.
The bookkeeping of it would be kind of wild.
it,
Yeah.
it's a lot for the players to manage. It's a
Yeah.
lot for the person in charge to manage. It's frustrating to have all these things that you don't normally use. Suddenly you have crits for them. You don't want to use them. So it's something I'm going to keep in the back of my head, just thinking if there's something else to do with it that might prevent a player from breaking it as a system engine before it does. But I mean, at the same time, just if it ain't broke yet, don't fix it.
Yeah, and that's precisely what the attributes are for. That's exactly why it's like you store it in the attribute, and it allows the two different stats within an attribute to play with each other a lot more.
Right. But yeah, that's where I'm at. Is like it's my favorite thing about the system is something that I don't want to see become abusable to the point where it gets nerfed down to oblivion because it becomes such a problem later on that you have to take a drastic step to adjust it.
All right.
And that's where I'm at. That's how I feel about it.
Okay. And I do want to say, if your biggest con is the sheet, I'm doing pretty damn good.
Oh heck yeah.
That means the system is pretty damn solid. It is me and my foundry knowledge that sucks.
Yeah, technical stuff can always be fixed. That's
oh yeah.
Cosmetic and functionality. That's not.
Yeah.
The engine itself.
100%. Either way, I suppose we will go to Altair next.
Yee. I mean, definitely want to echo the praises. Like, we had a lot of fun, and I think that is, part and parcel. I mean, part of it is just because we're people who like having a fun time, but it's hard to have a fun time in a system that's fundamentally not functioning. So, I do sort of want to echo the concern about about combat length. Definitely, the system leans more at the moment towards a single big fight rather than like having skirmishes, because the way that things regenerate per turn, there's very little consequence for getting into small fights throughout a day, because there's no like long-term resources that you're expending at any point. Like, I could just keep healing word just over and over again. There's nothing stopping me from doing this. So, like, if you imagine a sequence in which, like, you're fighting a war, if you have enough time to rest up between fights, you're probably never actually in any danger, right? Outside of an individual big encounter. So, while I think that lends well towards more like a high-powered game where you are generally stronger than most things around, and a fight between titans is what's going to be the concern at any given time, it definitely, I feel, makes it somewhat difficult to tell story through combat, because one is never really in danger outside of their individual fighting instance. Like Ryuel, for all the stealth, got cornered and almost killed immediately. And it's like,
Yeah.
okay, that felt kind of well, I mean, you took the bleed and you went down.
Yeah.
Like straight up.
The
And
bleeding was impressive, especially that it did its thing every action that I caused.
yeah, bleed was brutal.
To be fair, I forgot to mention that I checked my sheet afterward, and if bonus action did not trigger bleeding, I probably would have survived, because becoming invisible and then triggering my aura was 2 bonus actions. I did not see
Oh,
that. I did not
okay.
want it to stop the flow of the game, so I just let it go.
Yeah.
But that was on me.
Yeah. And that could be an interesting kind of like balance type thing of like, since you can spend actions as bonus actions, if you're able to perform more bonus actions, you're able to avoid some bleed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's metagaming the system though, which
that is gaming the system. At the same time, it's like, realistically, if you're doing things that don't require you to, don't require strenuous activity, you're probably not accelerating your bleeding that much. So it makes sense. It just depends on the level of power of a bonus action at that point.
Yeah.
But it's just the nature of the game. Like I'm thinking about it from a DM perspective. Like if I wanted to try and do like a dungeon sequence, right? Unless my players are on an active timer, there's not really any consequences for them getting into small fights along the way in the dungeon because
Mm-hmm.
everything always comes back.
To piggyback a little bit off of that, and you bring up a good point. I was thinking if there's a fight going on where there's 4 or 5 or 6 or 8 targets on either side, not counting the literal time clock as something that players might have to worry about, balancing around for the fight of the game that's going on. You have other situations where, because of the restoring temporary HP in the form of endurance constantly being a factor, doing little bits of spread damage versus large amounts of focused damage, there definitely feels an incentive to focus fire. I
Oh
never,
yeah, and that's
in our
like
case with the two guys that we were going on with the Hell Knight and the
yeah,
cultist, I never at once thought, looking at the way endurance rolled, I was never thinking go after both of them. I was only
Yeah,
thinking never go focus on one, focus on one.
it's actually
yeah. AOE is probably generally bad. Yeah,
yeah, and
unless it's stuff that cuts through endurance somehow.
it leads me to a second point that I kind of want to make, which is I don't know what the plan is for like higher tier spells, but looking at a lot of them because of the way that actions individually work and the way that the defenses are, spellcasting really really weak, like incredibly weak. Like I'm watching Denth who is straight up like, oh, I regenerate 47 every turn, which
Yeah.
the numbers in this game very like the numbers you can make in this game very easy to break very early on. But again, like that's the sort of thing where like you said, if you're attacking the other defenses, it matters, but you have to kind of be focused on attacking those other defenses with everyone to put down this unkillable death machine. And I'm looking at my spells like there is not a whole lot that I can be doing here that is terribly beneficial. Like I picked Rioel up because healing is always good in combat generally,
Okay.
but it really like I'm looking at it like all of my damage spells felt like they were pointless because the defenses they're attacking are not anything these guys aren't, like we didn't have anyone defending against physical in any sort of meaningful way. And none of the spells do the other type of the mana damage. So any attack spell is competing with the physical numbers of enhanced strikes that do substantially more per action and are
Hmm.
substantially less resisted per action, making the action economy of a physical attack just like exponentially better than the action economy of a magic attack.
Yeah.
Um,
I will jump in here just real quick. A lot of that is low level magic problem. As magic goes up, the amount of damage that a spell does, like per casting, it increases a lot faster than like combat does, but it does start lower to compensate for that.
yeah,
Um, that is
that does
one thing.
that does invite the opposite problem too, which is like the classic D&D problem of
Yeah.
linear warrior quadratic wizard of just like beat per beat having just a really really big gap everywhere but the middle levels between a physical and a magic character.
Yes, which
And
which is
my
a
and
major
my
concern.
yeah, and my character wasn't even like damage optimized. I noticed along the way that I had put my like damage points into the wrong place. If I had cranked my
Yeah, I
my
saw that.
air element more, that I would have been outputting even more.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. And then I guess I know I'm coming out with concerns, but we've done a lot of these play tests. I've done a couple of these play tests, and there is a lot of praise to be had, and I think a lot of it was said already. So I'm gonna be the villain.
No, it's very important for concerns to be stated to help improve the system overall. If I can interject a little bit to create a succinct point, you're a little bit worried about the kind of infinite usage of abilities, kind of like the fact that, as you said, there is no real downside to getting into little skirmishes because you can kind of just heal up, and such along those lines. You're worried about the how often things like regenerate. It's hard to create a long stretch of difficulty.
It's hard to create tension in longevity.
I like
versus
that. I like that.
Terror in the moment.
Okay.
Yeah,
Tension in one. Okay.
Game design friend of mine refers to these as spike versus pressure as far as challenge.
Mm-hmm.
Spike being like, okay, we have a single brutal thing that we need to overcome. Pressure being like over a longer term, what sort of resources do we need to manage? But yeah, it's much more geared towards spiky difficulty than any kind of resource management strategy in a pressure situation. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Okay. No, and I think those are completely valid concerns. If I may ask, as a simple idea, no wrong answers, no anything. What is something you may do, whether just as a guide with how it is set up already or a change to how things are set up? What is an idea you might have to do that?
Actually, I might have something because it goes with my critic of the.
Oh, please go ahead.
Um, okay, for my example, if I go into my character sheet, the main issue with like my backgrounds and everything is that I have a very high spirit and wisdom because of my eldritch stuff that required both of them. The main issue is that it gives me a lot of mana that I have no way to spend.
Okay.
So, while having all of these resources, I cannot spend them. So yes, I may be like a very strong tank in terms of like taking magical damage, but as it is rare or hard to find enemies that do magical damage, it felt a bit pointless.
That's fair.
Otherwise, uh, for a good point, by the way, because it was the first time I made a character, and the fact that I managed to make this character in particular is completely insane. Like at the end, you did the good thing by just crippling me because otherwise this fight would have been very, very silly. And I don't take it badly. Trust me, my first fight in Dungeon and Dragon was the exact same thing. Apparently, the DM did not like me playing a pixie. So, you know, the fact that
Pixie's a
I
very
end up,
tough race to balance around. There's a lot of people that ban it for a reason.
yeah, it wasn't 3.5, so you know. But yeah, I could. So the character creation, now that I have actually touched it, I love it because you can do some very, very silly things.
Mm-hmm.
But as I'm going to echo a bit what Altair said, spellcasting is it's a bit hard to introduce on early level because even at level 3, I could not find a way to get spells in any fashion or a way to spend my mana.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and that's, I believe that is a fair point. So I think in general, what I'm kind of hearing as the major cons is that there is too many resource, or like in general, players get too many resources to really work with. Is kind of what I'm hearing.
I feel
don't
like it's
think it's that.
you have
Mm,
you have resources, but you don't have stuff to spend them on,
Yeah.
Yeah,
or
that
you
is the
or
thing.
or
yeah,
there's not
the-
as
Okay. Okay.
there's not
Okay.
a super
yeah,
clear
So
indication
kind of
of
the
what all your
opposite
resources
problem.
can be spent
yeah,
on.
it's like
Yeah.
they're numbers that go up and down, but you're not
Yeah.
like because they're infinitely renewing.
Yeah.
It's
I think
less.
I think
Yeah.
rather than resources, I think the problem is that there are many pools.
Mm-hmm.
There are a lot of collections of designated numbers which have a variety of potential effects, and one's ability to play their character is based on them, but none of them are necessary if you choose not to make them necessary.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If you never take spells, the mana pool is only a defense. If you choose to not go crazy in endurance, your health is just a resource. Like it's there's very little interplay between pools other than this is the variety of things you could potentially stuff some more points into, with very little to say, well, this might be useful for these things down the line, or this is useful immediately, other than maybe one or two key pools.
Mm-hmm.
I think you could use those pools. I know you asked like what I would do as a designer or a DM to have resources be available. I think one's mana pool could very easily be used as a like both the mana and the body or the endurance pools could be used as a limiting resource as well. One
I
restores body, but it provides a cap in how much can be restored. Like
I have an
kind of
idea actually.
uh mind if I finish my
Oh,
thought here real
go
quick?
ahead,
Yeah.
please, go ahead.
Thank you. So like D&D has a hit dice system, right?
Yeah.
Where you have based on level a collection of dice that provide your natural restoratives, and spell slots limit your magical restoratives, which is why you carry potions, right? If body and endurance would provide some representation of how much you could be healed, there is a hard point where you kind of have to stop adventuring for the day, right? Like,
Mm-hmm.
oh, I can't keep getting healed. I've taken too much for today. We need to stop. Same with mana being a limiter on like how much you could reasonably cast in a day. Like, yes, I can cast however much I want up to a certain limit, at which point like I've exhausted my magical reserves. I'm done. I'm tapped.
Yeah.
And it doesn't have to be slots. Like you can use your magic however you want, but you have to be almost like a Final Fantasy game, right? Or any game with an MP system. You can cast all your high level spells over and over again, but you're limited by the MP you've got. So if you build up for MP for your spells and abilities, you can keep doing that maybe at the cost of your ability to take hits, or
Mm-hmm.
vice versa.
Yeah. 100%. Um. Yeah. Spells do currently cost mana, and that has always been kind of like a weird balancing act that we've been doing. And that would be the number one thing. But I think the argument still stands as you're kind of saying, well, what if I don't have spells? What am I doing with mana? Um, and I think that is a 1,000,000% valid point. Um, and I think kind of the major issue lines up with the idea of healing is an infinite resource too. Um, I think it might be. I think one possible decision that might be a little bit of a drastic one but one that might make sense is when you perform something like because at the end of the day the biggest problem is being able to always cast spells and always being able to heal, because if you can just continuously do that, then as you said, there is no pressure, there is no damage really. You can always just get back up. over the course of like a 30-minute rest or a short rest or whatever.
If you don't get TPK'd, you're
Yeah.
fine.
Yeah, essentially. So the idea to me might be one, making mana not normally healable. So like the spiritual healing skill just kind of wouldn't be a thing. Go ahead.
Spiritual healing could be useful, for example, the cursed stack or.
Yeah. But
I
yeah,
think that
but it could be changed to something like it. You could have like I don't know. Nitty gritty can be a later thing. But to finish rounding out my point, what if the way that works is that in order to heal somebody, you have to spend an equivalent amount of mana?
makes
That,
mana
that
economy
treads a
so tough.
cautious line because when you have one person that has 2 tons of hit points and you have one person who's a healer in the party, and that one healer has to drain all their resources into catching the people back up, they don't have anything left to do anything else. That becomes a real drag on the healer, puts a lot of pressure on the healer to heal. The pro is that it lets everyone kind of see, okay, this is how much we have in reserve.
Mm-hmm.
But the con is it really, really, really restricts the healer into defaulting themselves to a healer
And
role.
that's something we have
And
always
Yeah.
tried to avoid in this
Right,
system.
It rolls back into that that fighter mage problem of, is the best thing that any caster can be doing right now just putting all of their points into keeping the guy punching things alive,
Mm-hmm.
right? Like, is the value of a spell still less than the value of a crush, you
Mm-hmm.
know? And like for the early levels, it seems like what you would have in that case, in like quote unquote optimal play, would be have a dude up front and just keep. You just have like 3 people channeling everything they've got into keeping this guy up.
Mm-hmm.
Which is a cool image for like a scene, but a terrible
It's a
tactic
terrible
for a
gameplay
long-term
loop.
game.
Terrible gameplay loop.
Yes.
Okay.
Also, I think making spiritual healing gone might be an issue because if somebody takes spiritual damage, for example, if a healer uses all their resources until they have 1 mana left, and then a spiritual targeting enemy just swing at them and they go down, what happened then?
Yeah. Well, I think the idea in this version of the world is that when your mana goes down to 0, you don't go out. You just can't cast magic anymore.
Yeah, it couldn't function as a separate hit.
It couldn't function as a health anymore if that was the case.
That is fair. I had a suggestion.
Go ahead.
For the mana for people that do not have any spells, maybe you could use, like, for example, 20 mana to give advantage or disadvantage on a check. A magical check, that is.
Oh, like you are donating your ether to somebody else to.
Yeah, to power, or
Yeah.
no, essentially, when I was doing this thing, the mind breaker thing,
Mm-hmm.
maybe I could have spent like 20 mana to make them roll at disadvantage.
Yeah. So like, so kind of like the idea in my mind that kind of to me fixes the issues that you guys are bringing up is Elden Ring style changing mana to like an FP point system, essentially, where it would limit how much, like, not every action, but like certain abilities and such would use your mana points, whether that be spells or unique attacks from other classes and such along those lines, which would be
That's not a. Sorry.
yeah, which would be a limiting factor to how much you can do, because it's like, oh yeah, I guys, we think I think we really need to stop. my FP essentially, as it would be, is down to barely anything. I'm not going to be able to do one of my big attacks again, and I think we really need that for the next fight, type of thing. And it's like, and I say this as no anger or insult to any of you, but you guys are kind of, I think you guys are kind of seeing the issue from the game designer perspective that always comes up of like, limiting players is hard. You don't really like to limit them, but in the exact same way, you know you need to keep that pressure, kind of, as you said.
Yeah.
But it still
I think-
kind of feels crappy.
The only issue with like reconverting the mana in that regard would be then you're doubling up on the problem of the endurance thing, where it's like, yes, you now everything is health. So if you build a bunch of endurance, you really are unkillable, and there's no workaround.
Mm-hmm.
That is true.
And maybe like, I don't know if the answer really is like nerf endurance. The stack of endurance and armor is kind of insane.
Okay.
Because you're getting double reduction. So like maybe you tune up the endurance numbers, but endurance maybe comes back on a rest or something instead of every turn you get it all back. It's like, oh yes, my body is built to handle certain things, but that has a limit before I have to like recoup a bit. And now it's like, oh, I could have maybe like 20 endurance, and that gives me a buffer, but I've got to rest up if I take all that health. Like I've worn myself down. I'm just taking hits instead of tanking hits, and I need a little breather before I'm able to, really flex to deflect things again.
Oh, wait, I have an idea.
Go ahead.
Instead of maybe we could go halfway. Instead of like regaining all your endurance, you regain a set amount depending on your courage or resistance.
Yeah, that might be fun.
Yeah.
Like for example, if you had like 45, would you regain about like 10 of them per turn?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, gives encouragement to like keep the pressure on a tank too.
Yeah.
It also gives encouragement to build diversity a little bit, because otherwise, a person who's got a very physical build may not have too much reason to look at courage.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's actually, I know we keep jumping between things. That was one thing that came to mind regarding like min-maxing stats. The stored criticals. Being able to give yourself advantages on a stat that you dumped could be very abusable.
It is
the fact-
abusable, but it is also, and I'm just going to cut you off here just real quick. It is actually entirely intentional. Because it allows a player that may not be normally good at something, if that is something like they really need to be in that moment and take care of something, it does allow them a little bit pushback, which
To side with you here too, there's also a limit to how many you can have stored for a particular thing.
Yes,
So
but
it's not like you.
But if you max out a stat and you max out your criticals in that, and like you increase the criticals in that stat, suddenly you're both gaining a whole bunch more and storing a whole bunch more every time you crit. It's way easier to crit chain, and therefore way more. You get a lot more value numerically, like on a statistical level.
Yeah.
You get a lot more numerical value out of going like
Whole
balls to the
hog
wall
on
with
one.
stat and dumping the other, instead of splitting between the stats a little more evenly. Your return on investment is a lot higher.
Yeah. And that's a balance game, and I will argue that I think in terms of that we're at a pretty good spot. But
That's fair. I'm just providing my concerns.
yeah, perfectly fair commentary though. And it is always a balance game.
Game design's fucking hard.
It is. It 100% is. Don't let anybody tell you differently. But it is still important to have these conversations. To me, the number one thing I am hearing is limitation. That currently players don't really have enough limitation, whatever form that takes. Whether it be things regenerate too quickly, whether it be that there is no I think that kind of sums it up. Things regenerate a little too quickly.
Yeah, I think regeneration. There's no lasting consequences.
Mm-hmm. To me, kind of the idea, because I also want to give bonus actions more value and such along those lines. To me, something that does come up into my head is because I do really enjoy the idea of using the MP as a limiting system. In some way, shape, or form.
Do you now, when you say MP, do you mean mana specifically,
mana
like
points.
spiritual energy, or do you mean like some type of just mental thing in general, like a physical limiter and a mental limiter?
The mana points in general being a level of limiting factor.
Okay.
Whatever form that may take. I have been wanting to implement more mana cost to more non-mage abilities. And I do like the idea brought up of the idea of like endurance not coming back all at once. I think that is a good idea to look at as well.
I like the idea of simply endurance coming back from a different resource.
Yeah.
Not the like 50% per turn or something. Just put the brunt of endurance and benefit on something else, like Real said. Having it encouraged suddenly gives more value to another stat, which encourages build variety. And
or making it a character choice. Like maybe if you use a guard action, then your instruments go back up, but that's because you're bracing for impact.
Yeah, so the players have to actively make a choice, spend their more finite resources, which is their actions, in order to do certain things. I can get that. All right. Well, I think we will head out. Thank you guys so much for all of your feedback. You can always send feedback to the my Brave Discord, or if you're in the TOA Discord, the TOA Patreon Discord, that's also an option. In the Braves Rings Discord, I do have like a improvements forum type thing. So if you ever have ideas, you can always share them there. And I appreciate all of you, and thank you so much for joining me in this session. I'm glad you all had fun.
Thank you for the work. Playing a game
running.
is fun, but hosting a game is work. I appreciate every input into making this a pleasurable experience for us.
Yep, I do my damnedest.
Honestly, I had a blast, even if you stabbed me. I was absolutely ready to make you do 5 push-ups if I died.
Yikes.
All right. Well, y'all have a good night.
You too.
Thank you,
Have a good
everyone.
night.
Have a great day.
Yep.
All right, and thank y'all so much for coming out. I do appreciate it so much. Oh, my Discord icon disappeared. That's fine. That's fine. So I do want to say just one more time, thank you all so much for coming out. I really, really enjoyed it. And this is my last stream for a bit while I do get my rebrand ready. For those of you that are in the know, I am rebranding to a new character that is more connected to this system because I really want to shift focus of my channel to be heavily on this game and on the development of it. I'll still do video games. I'll still do stuff along those lines. But I want this to be the primary focus of the channel, so I'm going to come back as a character that acts more as a genre neutral storyteller. Taleskeeper Nicholas will be the name. So keep an eye out for that. That should hopefully be up and running before too long. And I will see you guys when it's there. Yep, Brave will no longer be the whole mascot in the model, but he'll still be a character that matters whenever we're doing an edge session or something along those lines. Maybe I'll bring him back. We'll see what happens. I thank you all so much. Have a great night.